Chapter 1283 Crushing. God-slaying musket. The giant Tooth Lord did not look at the information of the successful match immediately. Instead, he looked at the humans and Zhou on the cerulean planet from 1,000,000 kilometers away. It's actually the lord of the human race. A sinister smile appeared on the ugly face of the giant Tooth Lord. He knew humans too well. This was because his initial territory on the high continent was adjacent to some human lords. Later on, they were all wiped out by him with his troops. Moreover, the difficulty of eliminating it was almost zero. Those humans seemed to have never experienced a battle. They were extremely flustered and they encountered a battle and only competed in running faster. Not many humans dared to stay behind and fight them head-on. Occasionally, a few humans would boldly want to fight them head-on, but because they lacked combat experience and no one helped them, they were easily destroyed by the goblin warriors under him. Goblins were weak. If you were strong, they were weak. If you were weak, they were stronger. In the face of an enemy stronger than the goblins would act more obedient and timid than slaves. However, when the goblins encountered the weak enemies in their eyes, their combat performance was comparable to unparalleled fierce generals. Therefore, when the humans showed weakness, the goblin warriors led by him easily eliminated those human lords and occupied their initial territory. When he saw the humans on the azure planet again, the corners of his mouth were about to reach his ears. The first opponent was actually a human. It was really the blessing of the ancestor. As long as this human wasn't the two freaks, the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the Mortal Lord, Giant Tooth Lord was very confident that he could crush him. After all, he was a low-tier deity-level goblin king. Even among the Lord of all races, this single-target combat strength was considered the top at this stage. Let me see what kind of background this human lord has. Giant Tooth Lord leisurely looked at the matching information in front of him. Then, his face froze. This, he widened his eyes and stared at the name of the Mortal Lord, as well as the ridiculously high number of hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. There's no mistake. Currently, the only lord from the human race with this number of points would only be this Mortal Lord. My first opponent is actually such a freak. Giant Tooth Lord looked flustered, completely losing the calmness and conceit he had when he first saw Zhou. At this moment, he saw 101 streams of light fly over from the blue planet and quickly fly above his head. The female general looked immortal and heroic. She had the ethereal charm of the immortal Tao. I'm Legion Commander by Wuxia of the Mortal Empire. I'm here to destroy you. She shouted. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Giant Tooth Lord broke out in cold sweat as he surrendered loudly. Our mortal empire doesn't accept just any opponent. Bai Yun sneered. There were actually many grudges between the goblins and humans in history. Coupled with the other party's personality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, as well as the other party's weak strength, Bai Yun did not want to take him in at all. Go and destroy them. Bai Yun said calmly and commanded the yellow talisman Dao soldiers and forbidden mage behind her. These 100 Empire tier soldier types all had legendary tier strength. When they heard Bai Yun's order, they immediately moved out. The yellow talisman Dao soldiers were in front, and the forbidden mage was behind. They turned into 100 streams of light of various colors and rushed towards the 1,000,000 goblin warriors. How arrogant! Giant Tooth Lord could not help but feel furious when he saw this. Just 100 soldiers to attack his 1,000,000-strong army. Didn't these soldiers of the Mortal Empire know how to write the word death? Even if their strength was legendary tier, they were not god spirits. Didn't they know that ants could bite an elephant to death? Kill them. The Giant Tooth Lord immediately ordered. Yes. The 1,000,000-strong goblin army roared in unison. Swish 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 swish. At least 100,000 goblin warriors immediately soared into the air and flew towards the 100 yellow talisman Dao soldiers and forbidden mage. Then, an extremely contrasting scene appeared. The 50 yellow talisman Dao soldiers were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing fearlessly among the more than 100,000 goblin warriors. The forbidden mage behind them also began to chant an incantation and cast a forbidden spell. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell, Fiery War. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell, Ice Aeon. Legendary Advance Grade Forbidden Spell, Super Violent Storm. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell, Flame Explosion. Large-scale or super powerful single-target offensive forbidden spells were released from the staffs of the 50 forbidden mages and swept through the million-plus goblin army. It was almost just one round. More than 200,000 goblins were either dead or injured. As for the yellow talisman Dao soldiers that were charging in front of them and protecting them while killing, they were not injured at all under the precise control of the forbidden mage. If other mages saw this scene, they would definitely think that it was amazing. That was an incomparably explosive forbidden spell that could be controlled so perfectly after all. However, this was just an ordinary method for the forbidden mages under Zhou. Then, the forbidden mage fired another 2 rounds of forbidden spells at the same time, destroying most of the goblin army that the Giant Tooth Lord was proud of. Giant Tooth Lord was stunned when he saw this scene. Was this the strength of the Lord who had reached the top? Was it really reasonable to be so strong? He no longer had any thoughts of continuing the battle and had only had one thought now. Stay alive even if he had to give up his status as a lord. Therefore, while he was fighting happily in front, he quietly walked to the back of the army and turned into a stream of light as he fled into the distance. It's too terrifying. No wonder he could obtain so many hegemony points and obscure lord shop points in 3 days. Just 100 people are already so strong. If their army were to attack, the Giant Tooth Lord could not help but shiver when he thought of this. He felt that even a Divine Kingdom Lord might not be able to defeat such an enemy. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. This was because a forbidden mage wearing a platinum forbidden mage robe was floating in the starry sky and looking at him quietly. It was as if he had been waiting for a long time. Giant Tooth Lord was also shocked when he saw the other party. However, when he sensed the other party's strength and aura, his expression could not help but turn ferocious. A mere legendary tier advanced grade mage dares to stop me. He really doesn't want to live anymore. The Giant Tooth Lord was furious and immediately opened his mouth to bite the other party. A huge mouth phantom appeared in the starry sky and ate the forbidden mage. The Giant Tooth Lord had used the Law of Devour to become a low-level deity. This move was his initial law skill, and also the only law skill he had grasped. He attacked with all his might even though he looked down on the other party. However, Legendary Tier Advance Grade Forbidden Spell, God-Slaying Musket. A faint voice sounded. Then, a 10,000-meter-long fire divine spear appeared in the starry sky. The next second, it directly transformed into a flaming spear shadow that pierced through the Law of Devour. Then, it paused slightly and pierced through the Giant Tooth Lord again. The Giant Tooth Lord widened its eyes and gazed at the huge hole in his chest. He could not believe that he died just like that. Then, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, until they completely lost its light. Chapter 1284, 2 consecutive victory points. Yellow River died. Lines of text appeared in front of Zhou with the death of the Giant Tooth Lord and the death and surrender of most of the goblin warriors under him. Congratulations, you have defeated the Green Planet Goblin race, Giant Tooth Lord, and obtained the victory of this base camp defense battle. You have obtained all the hegemony points and obscure lord shop points that the other party has. You have obtained the reward for this base camp guard battle, 1,000 hegemony points, 100 obscure lord shop points. Your latest hegemony points are 20,620,912,000. Your latest obscure lord shop points are 6,001,100 points. You have completed today's base camp defense battle. You have received one consecutive win point. The accumulation of winning streak points will allow you to obtain more hegemony points and obscure lord shop points after the battle. However, it will also match you with stronger opponents and even match you with the local lord faction in the universe. You still have a base camp offensive battle that has not been completed today. Please complete it in time. Is it done just like that? Zhou shook his head. As expected, it was only the first battle, so it was destined to not be difficult. I'm going to start today's offensive at the headquarters. Zhou said calmly. After quickly completing the 2 battles today, he got his clone to lead the troops to battle. The hegemony points and obscure lord shop points provided by the base camp defense battle and the base camp offensive battle were still too little for him at the moment. The lord of all races had only just started the second stage of the event after all. The points in his hands were pitifully low. In the last few days, the lords who survived would more or less have more points in their hands. Match in progress, match successful. Your opponent is the Fire Python Starfire Python race, 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord. This lord has 381,000 hegemony points. This lord has obscure lord shop points, 9,900 points. The number of consecutive wins of this lord, 1. From now on, you will attack the enemy's base camp as the offensive party until the end of today and successfully occupy the enemy's base camp. Otherwise, you will be judged to have failed. The main camp's offensive battle has officially begun. Zhou looked at this winning condition and pondered. If the offensive party wanted to win, the conditions had to be harsher. He had to take down the defense to win. Otherwise, he would lose. Unlike the defensive side, even if he couldn't take the initiative to attack the other party like him, as long as he kept defending the other party and lasted until the end of the day, it would be considered a victory. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord sounded impressive. However, in reality, be it in terms of military strength or strength, they were inferior to the giant Tooth Lord just now. In less than a moment, Bai Yun led the soldiers back victorious again. At the same time, a victory notification appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the Fire Python Starfire Python race, 3-headed Fire Flood Dragon Lord and obtained the victory of this base camp's offensive battle. You have obtained all the hegemony points and obscure lord shop points that the other party has. You have obtained the reward for this base camp guard battle, 1,000 hegemony points, 100 obscure lord shop points. Your latest hegemony points are 20,624,720 points. Your latest obscure lord shop points are 1,611,500. You have completed today's base camp defense battle. You have received one consecutive win point. You have completed all the offensive and defensive battles today. You can now choose to go out and invade the racial territories of other lords to obtain more hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. Looks like I can't continue to match. The rest will have to go out and invade the territories of the other lords. Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he did not waste any time. He immediately got the 2 avatars, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, to lead the soldiers and god spirits on the Eternal Mothership. According to the label on the universe star map, he headed to the territories of the other people of foreign races in the active universe and began to conquer them to obtain hegemony points and obscure lord shop points. And he had also returned to the High Continent and entered the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to continue comprehending the Lord's laws. Zhou Wen led the Empire's army on the Supreme Continent and continued to expand into the surrounding territory from the surrounding territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. There would be no delays. Time passed quickly. At noon, Zhou Manage, who was dealing with government affairs in the Central Emperor Palace, suddenly received a message. The Yellow River dockyard has been built. Zhou Manage looked at the virtual memorial in front of him in surprise. Very good. With the Yellow River dockyard and recruiting some dead people to change their professions to Yellow Spring fishermen, one can catch the Yellow Spring fish in the Yellow Spring River. The Yellow River fish is a rare divine item that can increase the potential of the soul and even help awaken the power of will. Even though I've already awakened the power of my will and even reached the limit of the will-like light realm, I'm only a step away from breaking through the bottleneck and entering the second realm of my will divine transformation realm. However, this Yellow River fish also has a weak effect of strengthening my willpower. Perhaps the key to breaking through the willpower bottleneck lies in this Yellow River fish. Zhou Manage smiled. He might have grasped more than one willpower inheritance. He even obtained some inheritances at the will divine transformation realm, but for some reason, he had been stuck at the will-like light realm for now, unable to make a breakthrough. He wanted to see if the Yellow River fish could help he break through. He would have fulfilled one of them the many conditions to become a supreme god realm if he successfully advanced to the will divine transformation realm. In addition, he hadn't forgotten that his master god tier elementary grade divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, had even been borrowed by the Lord of the Yellow River. At that time, the other party said that a calamity had descended on the Yellow River. This should be true, but he did not know how the Yellow River tribulation the other party was talking about was going. At this moment, a young man's voice suddenly sounded. "Are you thinking about me, Regal?" Zhou looked up and saw a yellow-robed man with his back facing him. An illusory yellow river surrounded the other party, making him look even more mysterious, dignified, and terrifying. "Greetings, Your Excellency Lord of the Yellow River." Zhou said politely. "You're welcome, Regal. I've heard a lot about you. With Regal's current strength, we can treat each other as peers." Lord of the Yellow River said and sighed. Who would have thought that it had only been a short period of time, but the weak Regal from back then was already on par with him, the Lord of the Yellow River. Then he'll accept it respectfully. Zhou Manage smiled faintly and said, "How's the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear?" Lord of the Yellow River did not say anything, but a terrifying holy spear that emitted the aura of the netherworld appeared in front of him. It was the Master God tier divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear. Zhou Manage's expression changed slightly. This was because he could sense that the aura of this 9 Nether Yellow River Spear was actually much stronger than before. It had reached the level of a top-notch Master God tier divine artifact that was a Master God tier advanced grade. Moreover, it was surrounded by an unknown aura that even Zhou Manage could not understand. He was secretly alarmed. He was a Lord God spirit who had grasped King, Myriad Method Star Palm and many bloodline inheritances. There were very few things in this world that he did not know about, but now, there was actually something on this spear that he could not see through. How could he not be shocked? It is naturally a good spear, as expected of a treasure personally nurtured by our Yellow Springs. Lord of the Yellow River caressed the spear and said with a complicated tone, "Unfortunately, it can't protect our Yellow Springs." "What do you mean?" Zhou Manage frowned. "Common people's Regal." For the first time, Lord of the Yellow River turned around, revealing the dilapidated void inside. His voice changed from its previous gentleness as he said sternly, "The Yellow Spring has already fallen. The calamity of the great cosmos will begin from now on. You bear the name of the common people's Regal. You must protect our myriad worlds. Remember not to let outsiders occupy our hometown." With that, under Zhou Manage's shocked gaze, his divine body quietly shattered and dissipated into the world. As for the Master God tier advanced grade Master God tier divine artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, in his hand, had also turned into specks of yellow light and disappeared. Chapter 1285, Alternate Void Race. Unknown yet powerful enemy. Zhou Manage stared blankly at the empty space in front of him. What is going on? The Lord of the Yellow River had actually died. Even that Master God Tier Advanced Grade Master God Divine Artifact, the 9 Nether Yellow River Spear, had been destroyed. His expression turned extremely solemn. Then, he couldn't care less about losing a Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact. He immediately took out Bodhi Supreme and asked, Bodhi Supreme, what happened in the Yellow River? An answer to a formal question. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely, but its voice was no longer as lazy as before. Sure. This time, Zhou Manage did not hesitate. He felt that something big had happened and he had to figure this out. Lord Yellow River has been killed by a group of outsiders. Bodhi Supreme said. Outsiders? Zhou Manage frowned. Did the Scarlet Will occupy the Yellow River? The Scarlet Will is actually not considered an outsider to the Supreme Will. The war between them is at most a family fight for the inheritance, while those guys are real outsiders. The Alternate Void clan. Zhou Manage thought for a moment and asked. The Alternate Void race was similar to the Void creatures, but they were the upper race of the Void creatures. Void creatures lived in the depths of space and fed on void energy. At the same time, they would devour the crystal walls of worlds and invade the myriad worlds in a vain attempt to nourish void energy through the method of destroying worlds and obtain greater growth. However, this was the difference between the Alternate Void race and the Void race. The Void race was born in the 2 universes. At the same time, they only caused trouble in the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. However, in the eyes of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, this kind of rebellion was a part of the cosmic cycle. Existences like them would not treat void creatures as enemies at all. Instead, they would treat them as their children. Therefore, even in the Lord of all races, the void race was allowed to participate. Only the creatures born in the world would think that this creature that devoured and destroyed the world was their enemy. However, the Yi-Su clan was different. They were born in the void outside the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos and called themselves Ultimate Void Creatures. They devoured the universe crystal walls of the 2 universes for a living. They dreamed of breaking through the universe crystal walls of the 2 universes and invading and destroying them. Therefore, even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord regarded this creature as an enemy. They even established a special Ultimate Void battlefield outside the Great Cosmos. Every 1,000 years, a group of experts from the 2 universes would rush to the Ultimate Void battlefield to resist the invading Alternate Void race. Almost none of the low-level life forms in the myriad worlds knew about this. However, almost all the gods knew about them in the circle of god spirits. Zhou Manage naturally knew. However, Bodhi Supreme said regretfully to Zhou Manage's answer. If only those little guys were here. Unfortunately, no. What enemy is that? Zhou Manage was shocked. That's an enemy that's fundamentally opposed to our survival. We're almost natural enemies with each other. You don't have to know much now, and I can't tell you much. You'll naturally know everything when you're strong enough in the future. After saying that, Bodhi Supreme did not say anything else. No matter how Zhou Manage called out to it, Bodhi Supreme did not speak. Zhou Manage frowned. However, after a while, his brows relaxed. Never mind. Since Bodhi Supreme said so, he would know in the future. Listen to others' one advice and eat your fill. The secret to a long life is to stay out of other people's business. Since this matter could not affect him for the time being, he should not worry so much. It would save him the trouble of not being able to do his job. Then, he thought of something. Wouldn't my Yellow River dockyard have been built for nothing since the Yellow River has already fallen? Zhou Manage asked. A chance to answer ordinary questions. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. I did. Zhou Manage was helpless. That might not be the case. Bodhi Supreme said leisurely, when I say that the Yellow River has fallen, one mean that the Yellow River has been occupied. Moreover, the path to the netherworld from the Yellow River has been closed. It's not that the Yellow River has disappeared. The Yellow River is a place and a conceptual existence. It exists in the myriad worlds. It can be said to be spread throughout the myriad worlds. As long as the living beings in the world still remember the Yellow River will not really disappear. Therefore, even that enemy can't completely destroy the Yellow River. However, the control of the Yellow River has indeed fallen into the other party's hands. Even if the other party can't occupy it completely for the time being, existence outside the Yellow River can no longer interfere in the matters there. It's only a matter of time before they completely fall. However, if you want to obtain some benefits from the Yellow River before it completely falls, it's not impossible. Because you're an exception. Your Yellow River dockyard has just been built on the Yellow Spring. In addition, you have the Yellow River token. In the myriad worlds, only you have the ability to enter the Yellow River again and do something before the Yellow River completely falls. Even though the path from the Yellow River to the netherworld has been closed, it's no longer meaningful to create the Yellow River underworld boat and recruit the fairy spirit of the Yellow River to lead the souls of other life forms to the netherworld. However, you can still recruit some Yellow Spring fishermen. It won't be a problem to catch some Yellow River fish near your Yellow River dockyard. Zhou Manage nodded. In that case, it was fine. In fact, he wasn't too interested in recruiting the Yellow River fairy spirit. He only cared about the harvest of the Yellow River fish. Now that the Yellow River fish was temporarily fine, he didn't care about anything else. He did not have the ability to care after all. After figuring it out, he sighed and said, now that the Yellow River has fallen, the path of the undead to the netherworld has been closed. In the future, the undead in the myriad worlds will probably not be able to go to the netherworld through the Yellow River. Bodhi Supreme, what do you think this world will become in the future? It's simple. Bodhi Supreme said lazily, first, there are more and more undead in the myriad worlds. Then, the law of life and death is out of order. More and more living and dead life forms will appear in the myriad worlds. In the end, perhaps our myriad worlds will become the myriad worlds ruled by the living and dead race. Of course, it's also possible that the rules of life and death will be out of order, causing the yin and yang of the myriad worlds to be out of order. Then, the foundation of the heavens will be chaotic. At that time, the Supreme will can only refine its world again and let everything return to the chaos to start all over again. Zhou Manage was silent. No matter which possibility it wasn't a future he wanted to see. However, what could he do? Even the entire Yellow River had fallen. It had to be known that there was a super-existence like the will of the Yellow River in the Yellow River. If such an existence could not resolve the crisis of the Yellow River, what could he, a little Karami who was not even a supreme god realm, do? He shook his head. Never mind. If the sky collapsed, the tall guy would hold it up. It was better for him to obediently complete the activity issued by the supreme will. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He opened the army interface and contacted the patriarch of the Yin Ghost races, Yen Luo, who was currently working in the 10,000 races army. Chapter 1286, Yellow River Fish. Comprehending your own willpower. Back then, the patriarch of the Yin Ghost clan, Yen Jun, had already died under his Blazing Sun army, and this true god tier of the Yin Ghost clan called Yen Luo was Yen Jun's half-brother. However, the relationship between the two of them became not very good because of the competition for the position of patriarch, especially after Yen Jun became the patriarch of the Yin Ghost race. The relationship between the two of them became even worse, and it even felt like they were mortal enemies. Later on, Yen Jun died, and this fellow was instigated by Zhou Zhou with the 10,000 spirit saints' insight defection. Therefore, Zhou Zhou simply ordered he to be the current patriarch of the Yin Ghost clan. At the same time, he was also the region lord of the Blazing Sun Empire's Een Ghost region. As the domain lord of the Een Ghost region, he was currently guarding the Een Ghost region and did not go to the Cerulean planet to help. Your Majesty, what do you need me to do? Yen Luo said respectfully on the virtual projection phone. Zhou Manage told the other party about the Yellow River dockyard. Then, he said, the Yellow River dockyard has already been built. This emperor plans to send your Een Ghost clan to the Yellow River dockyard and change your profession to a Yellow Spring fisherman to continuously fish for this emperor. A great crisis in the Yellow River will approach at any time. You have to catch as many Yellow River fish as possible before the great crisis descends. Zhou Manage said seriously. The Yellow River fish concerned whether a new Lord-level Divine Realm expert could be born among his subordinates and whether he could advance to the Will Divine Transformation realm. Therefore, Yen Luo's responsibility was very important. Yes, Your Majesty. Yen Luo said respectfully. There was no fear on his face. In fact, he was a little excited. Looking at His Majesty's serious attitude, this was probably a rare opportunity to make a contribution. One must do this well for His Majesty. Yen Luo, who was already dead loyal to Zhou Zhou, was determined not to seek rewards, only the favor of His Majesty. Zhou Manage nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "This emperor will go to the Yellow River with you to take a look." He still wanted to go to the Yellow River to see the true situation of the Yellow River. Otherwise, he would never be at ease. With that, he disappeared from the spot with Yen Luo. At the Yellow River, the sky was dusky. A vast yellow river descended from the sky and surged into the bottomless abyss. Yes, ordinary rivers flowed from high to low places, but the Yellow River was a magnificent divine river that flowed from low to high places. It was like a waterfall, but it was more like a river that fell to the sky. This was where the Yellow River of the Azure Heaven came from. Above the Yellow River, an ancient, dignified, majestic, mysterious, and terrifying dock stood at the side of the Yellow River. Clusters of beautiful yellow spider lilies that were as red as blood surrounded the dock in the middle, making the Yellow River dockyard look less terrifying and more gentle. At this moment, Zhou Manage and Yen Luo appeared on the dock. Is this the Yellow River? Yen Jun looked at the Yellow River in shock. Even though he was a true god tier, he had never stepped into this land. This was also the first time he had seen it today. Then, he took a deep breath and revealed a look of joy and obsession. The Yellow River Chi here is so suitable for our Een Ghost race to cultivate. If I cultivate here since I was young, am confident that I can advance to the true god tier realm in 5,000 years. If my clansmen cultivate here, their cultivation speed can at least double. He muttered to himself. His expression was filled with surprise. This place really suited his intentions. At this moment, he was even more grateful that His Majesty had arranged such an errand for him. This job was undoubtedly a fortune for him and the Een Ghost clan. Zhou Manage ignored Yen Luo's reaction. He only looked at the vast and magnificent Yellow River. After a long time, he frowned slightly. Normally, the aura of the Yellow River should be dead silent. However, the aura of Yellow River is a little more manic and uneasy now. Looks like Yellow Rivers should have felt the same when it died. Zhou Manage took a deep breath. If it really followed the future development mentioned by the Bodhi Supreme, even if the Yellow River did not disappear, its strength would be weakened to a relatively low level, and it might even fall to an extremely ordinary mystic realm. He shook his head. Then, with a thought, he took out the Yellow River token. Even though the will of the Yellow Spring had already fallen, this Yellow River token was still somewhat useful before it completely fell. Like now, for example, Zhou Manage injected some chaotic sacred power into the Yellow River token in his hand. The Yellow River token emitted a faint yellow light that was like a water light. This yellow light covered a large area of the Yellow Springs basin in front of him. A moment later, A yellow river fish suddenly flew out of the yellow river and landed in Zhou Manage's hand. Zhou Manage looked over. The treasure information appeared. Treasure name, Yellow River Token, treasure grade, special tier, treasure effect. After eating it, it can increase the soul potential of a life form. After increasing it to the limit, the consumer will awaken a willpower that is suitable for them from the depths of the soul and automatically enter the will-like light realm. Treasure description, a precious fish species that can only be produced in the depths of the Yellow River. It can help life forms awaken the mysterious and supreme power of will. After he finished reading, a smile appeared on his face. It was indeed what he needed. Then, he looked at the Yellow River Token. This thing was also extremely useful. It actually had the effect of commanding the Yellow River fish to gather. If not for the fact that it took too long to get one of them, he would have relied on this to fish for Yellow River fish every day. Then, he didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Yellow River fish into his stomach. Then, he smacked his lips. TSK, he ate too quickly and did not notice anything. Then, he casually sat down cross-legged and began to digest the power of the Yellow River fish in his body. Yen Luo was not idle either. After he roughly took a look at the scenery of the Yellow River dockyard, he did not forget about the serious matter. He immediately entered the Yellow River dockyard and familiarized himself with the various functions of the Yellow River dockyard to prepare for future work. A moment later, Zhou Manage finished digesting the power of the Yellow River fish. He opened his eyes, which were filled with realization. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't break through to the will divine transformation realm. So the willpower I control comes from the willpower of other Master God tier existences. If you want to break through to the will divine transformation realm, you have to use your own willpower to break through. I have yet to comprehend the power of my will. When I understand the power of my will, coupled with my previous accumulation, I can immediately break through and become a will divine transformation realm expert. Zhou Manage muttered to himself. The joy on his face grew stronger. He finally knew the reason why he could not break through. Moreover, he knew how to comprehend his own willpower. That was to continuously swallow the Yellow River fish. The Yellow River fish was the best treasure to assist life forms in comprehending their own willpower. As long as he continued to swallow the Yellow River fish and refine the power of the Yellow River fish, he would be able to comprehend the power of his will sooner or later and advance to the will divine transformation realm. I need more Yellow River fishes. At the thought of this, Zhou Manage immediately looked at the Yellow River zone in front of him with burning eyes. Chapter 1287, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on the Cerulean Planet, by Qi. Upgrade Territory. 1. Zhou Manage controlled the Yellow River Token and spent more than an hour catching more than 10 yellow spring fish in a row before refining them into his body. And yet, he felt that he had only improved a little. There was still a long way to go before he could awaken his willpower. Unless he had stayed here to fish, it was impossible for him to advance to the will divine transformation realm in a short period of time. However, he naturally could not stay here forever. Yen Luo. He stopped fishing and called Yen Luo over. Your Majesty. Yen Luo said respectfully. I'll leave everything here to you. Remember, your first mission is to capture the Yellow River fish in the Yellow River with all your might. You can ignore everything else. This is the Yellow River Token. This Emperor will lend it to you temporarily. With this Yellow River Token, your fishing efficiency should increase greatly. Zhou Manage threw the Yellow River Token to Yen Luo, who immediately took it. I understand. I will definitely mobilize all the strength of our Ghost clan and do my best to catch the Yellow River fish for your Majesty. Yen Luo said reverently and firmly. Do well and there will be no lack of rewards for your race. Zhou Manage nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yen Luo became happy. His Majesty's generosity was known throughout the entire High Continent, so he wondered what kind of reward His Majesty would give to their race if they fulfilled their wishes. Yen Luo was filled with anticipation. Zhou Manage nodded. Then, he gave Yen Luo some instructions before teleporting away. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The Blazing Sun Imperial Capital, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou slowly opened his eyes. I'm one step closer to the high-tier deity level advanced grade. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He was not far from becoming a true god tier. When he became a true god, he would be able to control the power of the master god tier level even without relying on the moon demon. At that time, he could use some stronger main divine artifacts to obtain even stronger strength. Then, with the supreme sacred body, he was even confident in facing existences like the 10 master god tiers without being at a disadvantage. He didn't think too much about it as he opened his personal terminal and realized that he had already received 3 reports. Zhou opened them one by one. The first was a war report from the Cerulean planet, the second was a war summary from Zhou Win's territory expansion war, and the last was a war summary. The third general war is a summary of the first 2. Hence, Zhou looked at the last one. In the entire day, the High Continent and Cerulean planet had eliminated a total of more than 52 trillion enemies, 63,000 god spirits, and more than 200 true gods. Among them, the Cerulean planet had eliminated a total of more than 32 trillion enemies, more than 43,200 god spirits, and more than 120 true gods. As for the expansion of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, he had killed more than 20 trillion enemies, more than 19,000 god spirits, and more than 80 true gods. After killing so many enemies, he obtained trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, basic materials, basic gem resources, lightning, life, and death elemental gems. 3,818,012,150 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 215 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres. As well as a large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. Time elemental gem resources were more than 3,312,000,000 units. Space elemental gems were more than 3,012,000,000 units. More than 31,220,000,000 units of divine crystals from low-tier to high-tier deity level. 81,800 true god-tier divine crystals. More than 1,577,000,000 low-tier to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 11,500 true god-tier divine artifacts. 12 master god-tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 180 million divine spark fragments, god-tier medicinal herbs, god-tier ingredients, god-tier ores, god-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 153,260 master god-tier herbs, god-tier ingredients, god-tier ores, god-tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou's gaze immediately landed on the 31,827 million spacetime elemental gems. I can upgrade my territory now. His eyes lit up. His two-front battle was not in vain. He had gained a lot. Then, he didn't hesitate. He immediately flew out of the shrine and arrived above the capital of the Blazing Sun. He looked down at his capital and silently chanted, "Upgrade," in his mind. The next second, with 40 trillion units of basic materials, 1,000 high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals, 10 trillion origin crystals, 20 billion units of spacetime elemental gems, and 10 high-tier deity-level elementary grade territory tokens disappeared. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your mid-tier deity-level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade shrine, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully been upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade territory. Your mid-tier deity-level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine origin augmentation formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 100 trillion/100 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 10 billion kilometers x 10 billion kilometers x 1 million km. You have expelled all the fog monsters in the territory of the new territory. The scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, mythical tier building blueprint treasure chest, high tier deity level elementary grade. Lord Talent notification, your scarlet broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent notification, your mysterious caravan has been upgraded. Lord Talent notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. The next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. The Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Mythical Reputation Rating +3, Reputation Rating +1000, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer X has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer She. Chapter 1288, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on the Cerulean Planet, by Chi. Upgrade Territory. 2. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, Intermediate Grade, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, Intermediate Grade, Lord of the Blazing Sun. When Zhou Zhou saw the last announcement on the entire channel, a smile appeared on his face. He got the Glory of the Pioneer title again, not bad, as long as he didn't break the streaks. He immediately checked the content of the title. Title, The Glory of the Pioneer 11, Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race, Title Effect 1, You are famous among the lords of the Cerulean Planet. More people admire your reputation and want to join your territory. The number of subjects that can be summoned through the daily gate of summoning plus 1100%. Among the subjects summoned, there are 12 profession talents of the same level as the territory. Title Effect 2, same as before. Title Effect 3, when you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to have a true God-tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 12 and unlock more title effects. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. However, the number of subjects he summoned increased by n times. In addition, among the subjects summoned, there would be 12 professional talents of the same level as the territory. In other words, he could summon 12 high-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirits from the next morning onwards. Even though this was nothing to the current Zhou Zhou, who wouldn't like the 12 god spirits that were given for free. Then, he opened the supreme treasure chest. There was a statue lying quietly in the luxurious and noble supreme treasure chest. This statue was dressed in white and had a white sword hanging at its waist. Its expression was gentle, but the depths of its eyes were very cold and harsh. It was the ancestor statue of the human race on the Cerulean Planet. It's actually not a racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. In the past, the Supreme Treasure Chest only rewarded race divine artifacts. However, he didn't care about it after that. This was because he knew that the effects of some top-notch human ancestor statues on Cerulean Planet were not inferior to racial divine artifacts. Moreover, the ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean Planet in front of him was shockingly the top-notch one. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet, by Chi, Treasure Grade, Legendary Tier, Treasure Effect, place it in the Shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and you can activate the enhancement effect of the Ancestor Statue on the territory, subject, or lord. Treasure Introduction, by Chi, a famous general in China's Warring States period, an outstanding military strategist, a representative of the army scholar. Tisk. It's the Killing God, by Chi. I wonder what his ancestral effects are like. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he didn't think too much about it and teleported directly into the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Imperial Ancestral Temple, Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. 12 red shrines more than 20 meters tall were neatly placed on the altar. 5 of the shrines worshipped the ancestral statues of the Yellow Emperor, Sun Simiao, Gong Shuban, Liu Bei, and Zhang Heng. The other 7 shrines consecrated 7 brand new ancestor statues. There were people from Wuxia and other countries on the Cerulean planet. It was the ancestor statue of the human race on the Cerulean planet, not the ancestor statue of the human race in China. Therefore, it was quite normal for the ancestors of the Cerulean planet to have other countries. These 7 statues were all dropped by Zhou Zhou through the war. He chose the highest grade and placed it in, providing protection for the territory. At that moment, he looked at the foreign ancestor statue among the 7 statues and pondered for a moment. In the end, he still bowed politely to express his respect for these human ancestors. Then, he chose to take down the ancestral statue of the ancient Roman general, Gnaeus Pompey. To be honest, Gnaeus Pompey was a famous general in ancient military history. But I will still choose Bai Qi. He had no choice, it was completely guided by his bloodline. Then, at the moment Bai Qi's statue was placed in the shrine, the entire hall shook, then a cold male voice sounded. I'd rather die under heavy punishment for doing what I think is right than to turn around like a coward. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head slightly. These words came from Zhangguozi, Zhongshan's, Prince Zhao, how to appease the people and use troops wisely. It means, I'd rather die under heavy punishment than be a useless general. Bai Qi used this sentence to reject the Qin king's order to lead troops into battle. Unfortunately, he later died because of this sentence. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the following text notification. You have placed a legendary tier ancestor statue of the human race on the Cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Bai Qi has activated the exclusive ancestral enhancement effect, Killing God. Current offering of ancestor statue has been updated. The current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou curiously clicked on the current ancestral enhancement effect. Ancestral enhancement, Killing God, grade, legendary tier, enhancement effect 1, when the soldiers in the territory go out to fight, every time they kill an enemy of the same level, they can gather a trace of the Killing God aura on their bodies. The Killing God aura can deter and even kill the enemy. The more the Killing God aura, the more obvious the effect of deterring the enemy and the stronger the lethality to the enemy. When 9 million strands of Killing God Qi were gathered, they could condense the Killing God Dharma Laksana and let it fight with the soldiers on the battlefield. The more Killing God Qi gathered, the stronger the combat strength of the Killing God Dharma Laksana. Enhancement effect 2, when the soldiers in the territory go out to fight, when they encounter a fatal disaster, they will enter an undead state. They will maintain normal movements for 10 minutes, most of the corpses will lose their effect. The soldiers will only enter true death after 10 minutes. Enhancement effect 3, the soldiers under your command have the title of God of Slaughter. This makes them famous and can deter weak enemies. When fighting the enemy, there is a small chance that the other party will collapse without attacking. After reading it, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The enhancement effect of Bai Qi's ancestors was really not bad. As for killing 9 million enemies, how was this possible? It was naturally difficult to achieve on the Cerulean planet and Earth. However, in a world like the Supreme Continent where all races competed for supremacy, the number of enemies Zhou Zhou and the others destroyed in a day was at least 1 trillion. Killing 9 million enemies of the people of foreign races and gathering 9 million strands of Killing God's Qi to form the Killing God Dharma Laksana was the simplest thing for the soldiers under him. Thank you, Ancestor Bai Qi. Then, he did not stay any longer. After respectfully offering 3 incense sticks to Bai Chi's ancestor, he returned to the imperial palace. As for the reward of 3 mythical reputation rating and 1000 reputation rating, Zhou directly ignored them. In the central imperial palace, Zhou opened the requirements to upgrade the high-tier deity-level elementary grade territory to the high-tier deity-level intermediate grade territory. Construction upgrade: 10 million trillion units of wood, 10 million trillion units of fine sand, 10 million trillion units of metal, 10 million divine crystals, 10 trillion origin crystals, 10 billion units of time elemental gems, 10 billion units of spatial elemental gems, 10 high-tier deity territory, 10 high-tier deity god spirits, 100,000 racial heroes, 10 high-tier deity territory tokens. It'll meet all the other conditions. It's still the time-space elemental gem. Zhou's gaze landed on the requirement for the elemental gem. A total of 40 billion space-time elemental gems. It was twice as much as the previous upgrade requirements. Fortunately, he had begun to attack the Divine Kingdom Lord faction, and the efficiency of collecting spacetime elemental gems had greatly increased. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to collect such a large number of spacetime elemental gems. Then, he looked at the number of spacetime elemental gems he had left. After the upgrade just now, he still had more than 57 billion units of spacetime elemental gems in his hands. I'm still short of more than 20 billion spacetime elemental gems to upgrade my territory again. Zhou thought. Then, a smile appeared on his face. According to his gains today, as long as nothing unexpected happened tomorrow night, he would be able to collect enough spacetime elemental gem resources tomorrow night to upgrade the territory again. Then, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself. It's time to upgrade my empire. Chapter 1289 Upgrading the Summoning Gate. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. Advancing to an advanced empire. Before Zhou started the upgrade to a high-level empire, he first came to the Gate of Summoning and spent 200,000 trillion, which was 20 capital units of basic materials and 10,000 high-tier deity-level divine crystals to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has successfully been upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade building. You can summon plus 500,000 subjects every day. You will summon 30,000 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 11, you can summon 32,620,500 subjects every day. 30,011 professionals will definitely appear among the subjects you summon every day. Zhou nodded after reading it. The basic number of subjects summoned by the mid-tier deity-level advanced grade summoning gate was 2,965,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 11, it directly increased by 11 times, becoming 32,625,000 people. I'm one step closer to summoning true god-tier subjects every day. Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: wood 20 capital units, fine sand 20 capital units, metal 20 capital units, stone 20 capital units, 10,000 high-tier deity grade intermediate divine crystals, territory level upgraded to high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Note: 1 capital unit equals 10,000 trillion, Zhou retracted his gaze. Then, he spent 2 capital units of basic materials, 5 billion mid-tier deity-level advanced grade crystals, and 5 billion basic elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss in the Gate of Summoning to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Then, he looked over. Building name: Original Dragon Abyss, construction level, high-tier deity-level elementary grade, construction effect: you can summon 6 billion white-silver tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 600 million yellow-gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million white-platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons every day from the original Dragon Abyss. 6 true God-tier elementary grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord and have a 12% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade: Wood 1 capital unit, Fine Sand 1 capital unit, Metal 1 capital unit, Stone 1 capital unit, High-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals 5 billion, Basic elemental gemstone 10 billion. After reading it, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, he would be able to summon 6,666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons. This was quite an explosive number among the dragon race. Soon, I'm afraid he'll have to summon all the dragons in the myriad worlds. Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he took a look at the upgrade requirements of the original Dragon Abyss and could not help but gasp. Good Lord! 5 billion high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals. 10 billion basic elemental gems. If not for the fact that he had the King of Loots and the effect of various titles stacking, allowing him to have 5 times the harvest, he might not have been able to upgrade this original Dragon Abyss. I'm probably the only one who can level up the original Dragon Abyss amongst all the lords, right? Zhou muttered in his heart. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He came to the golden imperial tablet in the shrine and took a deep breath. Then, he silently chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second. Prompt: You have met all the requirements to advance to an advanced grade empire. Do you want to advance to an advanced grade empire? Upgrade. Zhou immediately said. Prompt: You have one chance to change the location of the imperial capital. Do you want to change/retain it? Retain. Zhou answered without hesitation. After absorbing the true god-tier regional territories of a few Divine Kingdom Lord factions, the current imperial capital had already advanced to true god-tier advanced-grade regional territories, not to mention the special status of the capital in the hearts of all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire. It was impossible for him to abandon this treasure land for nothing and choose another place to become his capital. Prompt: Your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: Your lord's territory, intermediate grade empire, Blazing Sun Empire is advancing. Prompt: Level up successful. Congratulations, your intermediate grade lord's territory, Blazing Sun Empire, has officially advanced to an advanced grade lord's territory, Blazing Sun Empire. Prompt: You can display your empire territory level on any channel. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally officially advanced to an advanced grade empire. He was only a step away from becoming a Divine Kingdom Lord. At this moment, the announcement of the new Lord of all races appeared on the entire channel. Lord of all races Lord announcement: Kudos to the human race, the Lord of the Blazing Sun for successfully establishing the first advanced grade empire. Rewards: Lord of all races mythical tier treasure chest +1, intermediate kingdom treasure chest +1, reputation rating +100. Mythical reputation rating +10. Lord of all races announcement: Congratulations to the human race, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement: Congratulations to the human race, Lord of the Blazing Sun. When Zhou saw this, the smile on his face widened and then him opened the various channels he was in with a smile. Unsurprisingly, they were all discussing the matter of his being promoted to an advanced grade empire. In particular, the reaction on the Lord's channel was extremely intense. He advanced to an advanced grade empire tier Lord faction just like that. I'm only a fucking beginner kingdom. As far as I know, among the lords of all races, even the true Lord, the Great One Lord, and the heaven-chasing Lord haven't become a beginner empire Lord faction, let alone an advanced grade empire faction. The difference is too great. My heart aches for them, competing in the same era as the perverted Lord of the Blazing Sun. Logically speaking, the true Lord, the heaven-chasing Lord, and the Great One Lord were all very strong. One of them alone was enough to compete for the position of the Lord of all races. However, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was too abnormal. A human lord beat the three of them until they didn't even dare to appear. I strongly suggest that the Lord of the Blazing Sun be excluded from the Lord of all races. How can this still be a competition? I strongly agree. The highest level Lord faction among my ethnicity is only an advanced grade Empire tier Lord faction. How is this Lord of the Blazing Sun still a Lord of all races? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a race faction. Based on the speed at which he is advancing as a Lord, I reckon that it won't be long before we call him His Excellency, Lord of the Divine Kingdom. No, a Divine Kingdom Lord faction is completely different from an Empire tier Lord faction and a Kingdom level Lord faction. There are too many advancement requirements. It will be very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction in a short period of time. Are you sure? I also think that it shall be very difficult for the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. A ethnicity faction with a Divine Kingdom Lord faction can at least call themselves an intermediate grade bloodline race faction. The Lord of the Blazing Sun has the backing of the human race. His foundation is too weak, so it will be very difficult for him to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. I think it's a little difficult too. I think this Lord of all races competition shall end soon when he advances to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Who can withstand a Divine Kingdom Lord faction mixed in with our level? Zhou acknowledged slightly when him saw their discussion. Chapter 1290, Mythical Tier Treasure Chest of the Myriad Races. Requirement to advance to a beginner Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Lord factions were indeed very different from the previous Empire Lord factions and Kingdom Lord factions. It was extremely difficult to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. This could be seen from the 5 human empires. They clearly had the protection of 5 true God-tier existences, but none of them have ever been promoted to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Thinking of this, he opened the Advanced Empire interface. Empire name, Blazing Sun Empire, King, Blazing Sun Emperor, Empire level, Advanced Grade Empire, Imperial Flag, All Stars Cover the Sun, Imperial Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Homeland Defense Army, Mid-Tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, requirements for advancing to the Beginner Divine Kingdom, Territory Level advances to the True God Tier Elementary Grade, Capital Region Level advances to High Tier Deity Level, 1000 True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, conquer 10 high-level Scarlet Empires under the Crimson Overlord, 0/10, conquer 5 high-level empires that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0 out of 5, conquer any beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction and obtain its True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Token, 0/1, 10 million independent. Regional territories, 100,000 racial heroes, 1,000 God Spirit worshippers of your own race, 1 racial divine artifact of your own race, January 1st, 10 worship true God spirits of your own race, strength of the Lord yourself reaches true God tier elementary grade and complete a founding war once, 0/1. Zhou frowned deeply after reading it. There's something wrong with this promotion request. Ordinary advanced grade empires definitely don't have so many requirements to advance to a beginner grade divine kingdom. And so many perverted requests. He looked at the conditions needed to advance to a beginner divine kingdom. The first part was fine. However, something was wrong with the last 3 lines. Under normal circumstances, one only needed 3 true god tiers to consecrate an elementary grade divine kingdom. However, this actually required 10 worshipped true gods. It had more than tripled. The second last rule, the Lord's strength to reach true god tier elementary grade. This was definitely not a requirement for the natives. One only needed to have 3 worshipped true gods. There had never been any requirements for the individual strength of a lord. It was extremely difficult for the lords to increase their strength due to the special reasons of the lords themselves. This could be seen from how slowly Zhou Zhou's strength increased in the early stages. Therefore, even the Supreme Will was lenient to the lords and did not have any requirements for their individual strength. It was fine as long as there was a worship true God in their lord's faction. This condition actually changed. Was this change applicable to all the lords or was it only targeted at the lord of all races? Zhou Zhou could not understand, so he asked the Supreme Will cautiously. The Supreme Will did not reply to him, so Zhou Zhou could only pay the price of an ordinary question and ask Bodhi Supreme. In the end, he received an answer that made him sad. The newly added and modified promotion rules were only targeted at the lord of all races. The promotion requirements of the local lord factions had not changed. Isn't this fucking targeting me? Zhou Zhou had a mental breakdown. He was the only one who was most likely to advance to the Divine Kingdom Lord level at this stage among the lords. However, such a change suddenly appeared. Wasn't this targeting him or something? At this moment, a line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The text notification was very short and Zhou Zhou broke out in cold sweat. Special notification from the Supreme Will, do you have a problem with that? Zhou Zhou, he forced a smile on his face and clapped his hands. Hee, there's no such thing. I know that this is a test for us. Lord Supreme Will, don't worry. I will definitely complete the requirements to advance to a beginner divine kingdom and strive to advance as soon as possible. Special notification from the Supreme Will, this is not targeted at you. It's just that I've placed a lot of hope on the lords of all races. If your advancement requirements are the same as the local lords, why did one choose you to participate in the competition of the myriad races? Special notification from the Supreme Will, I want the most outstanding and powerful lord of all races, not an ordinary lord. I understand. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will, for clearing my doubts. Zhou Zhou immediately said. The Supreme Will did not reply. Zhou Zhou waited for a while. When he realized that there was still nothing, he secretly wiped the cold sweat off his head. Damn, you scared me to death. This was the first time the Supreme Will had asked him such a human-like question. In the past, he could not clearly feel that he had obtained the favor of the Supreme Will, unlike now. It seemed like this big shot was paying attention to him at all times, so much so that even his complaints were heard. At this moment, another line of text appeared. Special reminder from the Supreme Will, in the future, ask the Bodhi Supreme directly if you have ordinary questions. Don't ask me casually. I'm very busy, understand? I understand. I understand. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said and could only forcefully divert his attention and look at the last condition for establishing the Divine Kingdom. Complete a founding battle. I've never heard of this. Zhou Zhou had a headache. He subconsciously wanted to ask the Supreme Will, but then he thought of something and shivered. He immediately changed his words and asked Bodhi Supreme. As for this question, well, you'll naturally know when you want to establish the Divine Kingdom. It's not good for me to reveal it because this is the new founding event established by the Supreme Will. Don't ask the Supreme Will either. Bodhi Supreme actually acted as though it could not say anything. Zhou Zhou could only ask, is it difficult? Is it dangerous? Bodhi Supreme did not speak. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. It could not even tell him that. It seemed that he could only deal with it when the time came. Hopefully, it won't be too difficult. However, with my current strength and faction, if even one can't survive this so-called founding war, all the lords in the world probably won't be able to advance to Divine Kingdom level. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou felt much more relaxed. He should be able to defeat that founding war, right? At this moment, Zheng Yuanqi sent a message to celebrate the Blazing Sun Empire becoming an advanced grade empire. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he waved his hand and handed the celebration of the advancement to the empire to the other party. When the time came, he could just get Zhou managed to appear when he was required. Zheng Yuanqi immediately accepted the order and immediately went to do it. On Zhou Zhou's side, after this interruption, he stopped thinking about the founding war and turned to look at the reward for building an advanced empire. First was the mythical tier treasure chest. He opened the treasure chest and saw a total of 110 bottles of potions neatly placed inside. Among them, 100 bottles of true God-tier potential advancement potion could increase the potential of a life form to the level of true God-tier advanced grade. The other 10 bottles were Master God-tier potential advancement potions that could increase the potential of life forms to the Master God-tier advanced grade. Not bad. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw this. In the mythical tier treasure chest rewarded by the intermediate grade empire last time, he was only rewarded with 10 bottles of true God-tier potential advancement potion and 1 bottle of Master God-tier potential advancement potion. This time, it was 10 times more, which was really worth it. Chapter 1291, Purchasing a General Race Divine Artifact, Venus. Box Novel. CM Zhou Zhou threw all no bottles of potential advancement potion into the military merit exchange system and set a suitable price for the soldiers to exchange. Then, he looked at the list of insight defections, the list of new god spirits, and the supreme conquest statistics in the war summary. In the entire day, he and the 312 lords of the Star Alliance under him had a total of 5,821,212,333,203 soldiers of the people of foreign races, 17,125 god spirits of the people of foreign races, and 118 true god tier. In addition, in the army under him, 10,600 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advanced grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 19 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. The Supreme Conquest Lord talent statistics were as follows. In addition, in the army under him, 25,100 legendary tier soldiers had advanced from legendary tier advanced grade to low tier deity level elementary grade, and 25 high-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits had advanced to true god-tier elementary grade god spirits. No professional subjects, 1,860,150, 5,054, 06,008,721. Professionals, Life plus Battle 6,052,665,067,041. Heroes, 1,852,123. God Spirits, Low-tier deity level plus mid-tier deity level plus high-tier deity level 502,122. True God tier, 65 True God tier elementary grade God Spirits, 50 True God tier intermediate grade God Spirits, 18 True God tier advanced grade God Spirits. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. He originally had 3,888,837,595,691,689 troops, 3,641,350 God spirits, and 1,944 true God tier. If the additional soldiers and God spirits mentioned above were included, he would have 3,893,987,647,575,617 soldiers, 4,143,472 God spirits, and 1,960 true God tier under him. They could reach 5,000 trillion soldiers tomorrow. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Marshall's situation. In the entire day, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had conquered a total of 5 Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 182 Empire Tier Lord factions, and a total of 13,570,000 Lord factions around the Cerulean planet. He obtained a total of 22,531,255,000 hegemony points and 1,801,250 obscure lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 20,624,772,000 hegemony points and 1,611,500 obscure lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure lord shop points, he now has a total of 43,134,220,000 hegemony points and 3,412,750 obscure lord shop points. When Zhou Zhou saw so many obscure lord shop points, he immediately revealed a look of joy. With so many obscure lord shop points, he could finally exchange for that powerful race divine artifact. Without another word, he immediately opened the hidden lord shop and spent 2 million obscure lord shop points without hesitation to buy the only universal race divine artifact, Venus. The next second, he felt that the starry sky seemed to have changed. He looked up and realized that a star that emitted a faint golden light had appeared in the starry sky. That star seemed to be no different from the other stars. It only emitted its own light in the starry sky. However, when the light shone on Zhou Zhou's body, he actually felt a sense of comfort from the inside out. It was as if this light was beneficial to his origin. Zhou Zhou was the same. Not to mention the subjects of the other blazing sun empire. At this moment, under the illumination of that star, morning star, tens of millions of subjects of the empire felt an extremely deep transformation in their physique and souls. His body and soul, which had originally increased by a level under the sun-moon-star sword, actually became restless again at this moment and began to increase rapidly. In less than a few seconds, the subjects of the blazing sun empire were shocked to discover that their potential had increased by another level. Some of the citizens who were at a bottleneck immediately felt that the original bottleneck had loosened a lot after their bodies and souls transformed. They actually felt that they could break through at any time. What happened? One feel that my soul and body have undergone a transformation. The bottleneck that had troubled me for decades suddenly disappeared. Before one could react, one had already advanced to the legendary tier level. I've already broken the barrier between humans and gods and advanced to become a god spirit, Me too. This kind of situation has happened once before. Later on, I found out that it was done by His Majesty's great method. How similar is this situation to back then? This must be His Majesty's blessing for us again. It must be. You're right. Only His Majesty can do such an earth-shattering method and change all the citizens of the Empire. Long live His Majesty. Everyone, look, there's a new announcement on the Empire channel. Just as the entire subject was happy and excited for their potential to reach a higher level, and even their bottleneck had loosened a little, the Empire channel also issued an announcement. Imperial Palace announcement, all subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire, please take note. All citizens should have discovered the changes in their bodies. The reason for this change is that our great ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire has obtained a new race divine artifact, Venus. It's this race divine artifact, Venus, that has raised the potential of our citizens by another major level. Moreover, when our citizens make a major breakthrough in the future, the probability of breaking through will increase by an additional 10%. Cheer for the magnificent feat of our great ruler, Your Excellency. Boom! The surprise and doubts in the hearts of countless Blazing Sun Empire subjects were explained. All the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire went crazy. In the Empire's channel, countless subjects were spamming crazily. In the end, they turned into a string of words. Long live His Majesty! 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 At this moment, no one interrupted the formation. No one dared, and no one was willing. This was because this was the heartfelt action of all the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the Empire announcement drafted and issued by Zero, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He only wanted the subjects to tell the Blazing Sun Empire's subjects what had happened. How did it end up like this? Great, magnificent feat, cheering. Even though Zhou Zhou was someone who liked others to flatter him, he had not reached this stage. He blushed after reading the announcement. Did he really deserve these adjectives? Of course His Majesty can be called great. In Zero's eyes, no one could compare to His Majesty among the countless heroes of the human race since ancient times. Even Your Excellency Pangu, who led the rise of the human race, is inferior to His Majesty in terms of contributions to the human race. There's no need to feel ashamed, Your Majesty. You can withstand the praise of the people. Zero immediately said after hearing Zhou Zhou's muttering. Zhou Zhou looked at the virtual screen in front of him. The cheers and excited expressions of the citizens of the various races from all over the Blazing Sun Empire, including the human race, gradually faded away, and finally turned into a gentle smile. Chapter 1292 Who will fight me if the Supreme God Realm is not out? Mysterious Commodity. Box Novel. CM At the same time, just as Venus disappeared from the obscure Lord's shop, the Lord of all races and the upper echelons of the races behind them immediately went crazy. Who exchanged for Venus? I must destroy the other party and snatch the race's divine artifact in his hand. Who else could it be? Only the mortal lord of the mortal empire. This is also a lord of all races from the human race. Only, he has enough obscure lord shop points to exchange for Venus, the only commodity worth as much as 2 million obscure lord shop points. That's right, it's him. Just now, my subordinate who specially watched the hidden lord shop told me that this human lord's obscure lord shop points originally had more than 2 million, but it suddenly became more than 1 million. Didn't he use the entire 2 million obscure lord shop points that disappeared to exchange for planet Venus? Where else can he use them? Damn it! Who is this mortal lord? Hasn't the intelligence department gathered information about him? A bunch of trash. How bold. The other party actually dares to intercept what our Titan God race wants. Mortal lord, right? Does he really think he's the second lord of the Blazing Sun? He actually dares to be our enemy? Give the order to gather all the forces in the universe that can join forces and destroy this lord of the mortal empire for me. We must obtain Venus no matter what the price is. All the factions of the 10,000 races were discussing the mortal lord of the mortal empire that had obtained Venus. The mortal lord who had obtained Venus had undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the lords of the myriad races and the factions of the myriad races. Everyone wanted to destroy the mortal lord and obtain Venus. A war against the mortal lords began with astonishing efficiency. At the same time, at the place of origin, one of the 10 great master gods, the original master god, was looking at the information in front of him. This information was about the mortal empire and mortal lords. His eyes darkened after reading it. It's fine if a reincarnated Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm wants to participate in this Lord of all races competition to change his fate. He actually dares to take what our original spirit race wants. Courting death. He communicated with the higher-ups of the original spirit race in his mind and released this information. Then, he ordered the original spirit race to eliminate the mortal lords and obtain the race's divine artifact, Venus, at all costs, before the other races. The higher-ups of the original spirit race immediately accepted the order and went to do it. When Yuan saw this, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the incomparably mysterious Lord Law again. While he had yet to touch the threshold of the Lord's laws, he was still persevering, not giving up any opportunities or time. That was because that represented the possibility of becoming a supreme god realm expert. The Shepherd's God race, Chaos God's race, Myriad Spirit race, Dragon race, all the top races were acting against the mortal lords. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was reading the content of the subjects' chat on the Empire channel of the Blazing Sun Empire. It was now a high-level Empire channel that could accommodate up to 10 trillion subjects, which was the number of capital units. It was more than enough to pull all the Blazing Sun Empire subjects into this channel. Other than that, after advancing to an advanced grade empire, the upper limit of the subsidiary kingdoms that the Blazing Sun Empire could have had also increased to 100,000 lord factions of the beginner kingdom, 10,000 intermediate kingdom factions, 1,000 advanced kingdom factions, 100 beginner empire factions, and 10 advanced grade empire factions. If these subsidiary kingdom spots were used well, it was enough to gather a batch of good race factions for Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was enjoying the cheers of the citizens in the Empire Channel, suddenly felt a warning in his heart. After Zhou Zhou sensed this warning, he calmly turned off the Empire's channel and did some divination. Then, he knew the source of this warning. So it's targeted at the mortal empire. There was no panic on Zhou Zhou's face. In fact, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Come on. Come on. The more the merrier. My 10,000 spirit saint has been using a sledgehammer to kill chickens these few days. If you guys didn't come, I wouldn't even be able to use my 10,000 spirit saint happily. If you guys didn't come, my faction would have grown much slower. He muttered to himself with a smile. Small-scale wars were completely meaningless to him with his current strength. Only a large-scale war could allow him to obtain astonishing growth. Using the identity of the mortal empire to exchange for Venus would attract the attention of the myriad races. Didn't Zhou Zhou think of this beforehand? No, of course, he had thought of it. He had also expected this scene. However, he didn't refuse. He even welcomed these enemies very much. In fact, the attack of the myriad races this time was actually created by him. Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly? To the current him, unless there was a high-level bloodline race or also a top-notch bloodline race that used their entire clan strength to deal with him, ordinary forces would pose no threat to him at all. He would not gain much growth also if he won. Only whenever the races attacked would he feel a sense of danger. Only then would his lord power increase by leaps and bounds after victory. Of course, his greatest confidence was still in the War Master God, the Wisdom Master God, and the Machina Master God. These three Master God tier were his greatest confidence in facing the attacks of every races. With the backing of these three Master God tiers and his 5 Master God tier clones, Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshal, Zhou Manage, Zhou Tianming, and Zhou Win, 8 Master God tier level combatants could ensure that nothing major would happen to he and his territory. Since that was the case, then he would fight against every the races in the world. If the Supreme God realm doesn't appear, who can compete with me? Zhou Zhou's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence and dominance. Then, he looked at the other treasures in the obscure lord's shop. 1 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade Star Destroyer Cannon, 1 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade Basic Sun Energy Cover, 1 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade Blue Bird, 10 potential advancement potions, 10,000 kingdom-level soldier types, Spacewalker Classification Certificate, 100 Empire-tier soldier types, Star Knight Classification Certificate, 1 Divine Kingdom Soldier Type, Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze around and spent 15 million obscure lord shop points to buy it. At this point, Zhou Zhou still had 272,750 obscure lord shop points left. In the next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought every the goods in the obscure lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have acquired a mysterious good. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Didn't he buy every the goods just for this? Chapter 1293, Abstruse God Forbidden Pill. Zhou Zhou looked at the purple bag that appeared out of thin air in front of him. The bag was the size of a palm, and its surface was engraved with complicated patterns. It looked beautiful and mysterious. He reached out and took it. He opened the bag and saw a pill quietly placed inside. A pill? 11 Zhou Zhou was stunned. According to the hint given previously, the mysterious goods were all treasures needed by the Lord. He was not injured and did not have anything. Why would he give medicinal pills? However, when he saw the pill's information, he was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Treasure name, Abstruse God Forbidden Pill, Treasure Grade, Master God Tier Elementary Grade, Treasure Effect. When a high-tier deity-level advanced grade God Spirit absorbs it, the Lord will directly break through the bottleneck and advance to a true God-tier elementary grade God Spirit. He will also comprehend a nomological skill that belongs to his own nomological path. Treasure Introduction, create a high-level divine pill personally refined by a supreme God realm. It can allow a God Spirit to become a true God tier without any bottleneck and can comprehend any nomological technique on the nomological path. Comprehending any law path's law skill, in other words, even if I walk the rarest Lord Law path, I can still comprehend a Lord Law skill. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. That was a Lord Law skill. Even though he had many fortuitous encounters, he had only grasped 2 Lord Law skills at the moment. He had only comprehended a little of the 3rd Lord Law skill and had yet to completely comprehend it. From this, it could be seen how rare Lord Law skills were. He did not expect that this abstruse God Forbidden Pill could not only allow him to advance to the low-level true God tier elementary grade, but also allow him to comprehend a Lord Law skill. Compared to the Lord's Law skill, the effect of advancing to the true God tier elementary grade was not that stunning. This treasure is indeed what one need the most now. Zhou Zhou grinned. Then, he solemnly stored this treasure in his first treasure vault. He was only a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade now. He had yet to break through to the high-tier deity-level advanced grade and was currently unable to use this divine restriction-breaking pill. He would use it when he reached the high-tier deity-level advanced grade. Then, he looked at the other ordinary goods. Star Destroyer Cannon, Elementary Solar Energy Shield, Blue Bird, Potential Advancement Potion, Spacewalker Class Change Certificate, and Heavenly Knight Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou only took a glance and skipped them. He looked expectantly at the only Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate. A Divine Kingdom Soldier type that cultivates the main Bodhis cosmic technique. He has an incomparably powerful physical body and the number 1 telekinesis in the universe. It can attack and defend. As expected of a Divine Kingdom Soldier type. Zhou Zhou sighed. The only pity was that the Divine Kingdom Soldier type could not be promoted on a large scale. Otherwise, he would really want to replace the Forbidden Mage or RHE Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier under him. Even though these 2 Empire-tier soldier types were very strong, they were even comparable to some weaker Divine Kingdom soldiers. However, it was not a true Divine Kingdom soldier type. It would be eliminated sooner or later facing stronger opponents in the future. As for the Divine Kingdom soldier type, Holy Dragon Knight that he had recently mastered, due to the training time and the number of dragons, it could not be promoted on a large scale in his massive army of nearly 4,000 trillion. Currently, he didn't have more than 1 billion Holy Dragon Knights under him. This number was enough to be invincible for an Empire-tier faction. However, the effect was actually still average against a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. I need monster demons who can drop Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate and Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Recruitment Books. As long as one can find this monster demon and promote it in the Scarlet Broodmother, one can quickly obtain a Divine Kingdom Soldier Type army that can expand infinitely. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he thought for a moment and simply issued a bounty announcement to the Supreme Continent and the entire myriad worlds. There was a reward for fog monsters that could drop Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Class Change Certificate or Divine Kingdom Soldier Type Recruitment Books. He had no intention of hiding anything. With his current strength and influence, he no longer needed to hide anything. He would just say what he wanted directly. A faction was secretly obstructing them. It was over just now. The era of timid development is over. It was now Zhou Zhou's era of head-on PK1. If he wanted something, he had to buy it or go to war, which were the most direct ways to obtain them. After throwing the Universe Legend class change certificate into the military merit exchange system, Zhou Zhou casually opened the Obscure Lord shop on the first day and took a look. In the end, he saw something very surprising. Obscure Lord's shop, Day 1, smiley face, time-limited open goods. Quantity, unique unknown, price. Note, this item will be put on sale in 5 days. Lords who are interested in purchasing it, please prepare enough Obscure Lord shop points before the item is put on sale. Day 1 commodities, waiting for refresh, something like Venus will be refreshed again in 5 days. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be a way for the Supreme Will to encourage us to fight each other so that we can fight more frequently and obtain more Obscure Lord shop points. Only then can we exchange for items in time when they respawn. It's an open conspiracy. He lamented. Then, his expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to do my best in the next 5 days to collect Obscure Lord shop points. However, he had long had this thought, so he wasn't too affected. Then, he sent someone to call Mugu, Zheng Fugue, and Carol Moeli over. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the 3 of them arrived, they immediately greeted each other respectfully. This emperor's territory has already advanced to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade now. Tell me about your respective advancements. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 of them said respectfully. Then, Mugu was the first to speak. Your Majesty, the current level of the Scarlet Broodmother that I'm in has been upgraded from a mid-tier deity-level advanced grade to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade. The number of Mist Mothers that had evolved from the mid-tier deity-level advanced grade Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 150,000 to 200,000. Every Mist Mother's Mist Mother world can now nurture 1 billion fog monsters. 300,000 Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 300 trillion misty monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can nurture 1 low-level True God Scarlet True God tier in a day, or 10 high-tier deity-level advanced grade Scarlet God Spirits, or 100 mid-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits and 1,000 low-tier deity-level Scarlet God Spirits. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. That was indeed the case. The Scarlet Broodmother, which had been promoted to a low-level high-tier deity level, could already nurture a Scarlet True God tier. This was a high-tier deity-level elementary grade Scarlet Broodmother, not a True God tier elementary grade Scarlet Broodmother. He wondered what would happen when the Scarlet Broodmother became True God tier elementary grade. However, even though it sounded tempting, Zhou Zhou, who did not lack True God tiers for the time being, still had no intention of nurturing the Scarlet True God tier. It was better to nurture ordinary fog monsters with all his might and continuously produce recruitment books and class change certificates. Chapter 1294, Lord Talent Improvement. He thought for a moment and said. Among your 300,000 Mist Mothers, leave 60,000 to specially nurture the Iron-Eating Bear and the Withered Tree. As for the other 240,000 Mist Mothers, 120,000 will be used to nurture the Violent Storm Demon Spirit, and the other 120,000 will be used to nurture the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldiers. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he could not help but look forward to it. That was a total of 240,000 Mist Mothers. It could nurture a total of 240 trillion Mother Nest monsters. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and other Lord Talents and titles, he could obtain 480 trillion Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier recruitment books, 480 trillion Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier class change certificates, 480 trillion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, and 480 trillion Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, it would be a total of 1,920 trillion soldiers. There were nearly 2,000 trillion soldiers. He already had more than 3,800 trillion troops. Which meant he only needed 4 days to allow his soldiers to exceed 10,000 trillion troops. His troop size would already be in the quadrillions. Such a force, even the AUS Allied Army back then was inferior to him. Indeed, every time my territory upgrades, it will be a shocking increase for my army. Trillions of troops. I wonder who's stronger against the legendary Overlord-level Lord faction. Zhou Zhou's eyes burned with ambition. After a long time. He gradually calmed down after a long time. It just so happens that all the races are targeting me. I have to get the Eternal Mothership to come back quickly and transport my troops back and forth. In that case, the active universe can become my super training ground. What a pity. The active universe prohibits the establishment of cross-border teleportation arrays, only internal teleportation within the active universe is allowed. Otherwise, it'll directly build an alphabet teleportation array on the Cerulean planet and the Supreme Continent and send the army over. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He could understand that the Supreme Will was trying to restrict the entry of the forces behind the lords of the various races. By restricting the establishment of cross-border teleportation arrays, he could hand this active universe to the lords of the myriad races to display their strength to the greatest extent. However, he didn't expect that an accident would restrict him, this perverted lord. But then again, while this restricted him, it also restricted the factions of the myriad races that also wanted to show off their skills in the active universe. Otherwise, if the various races were allowed to continue sending people into the active universe to participate in the war, even if it was a super large universe, it would probably be destroyed in minutes. Even if the active universe didn't explode, the pressure that Zhou Zhou was facing at this moment would probably increase by thousands of times. To Zhou Zhou, this was not an opportunity, but a blatant disaster. Even though the restrictions of the Supreme Will limited him to a certain extent, overall, it still protected him. Therefore, Zhou Zhou did not have any resentment towards the Supreme Will. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, Mu Gu heard Zhou Zhou's order and respectfully acknowledged before retreating. Seeing this, Zheng Fugue stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 2 billion to 5 billion after our territory advanced to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 5 billion. All of our mysterious merchant strength has also increased to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Our treasure hunting ability has improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 2,000 god-tier treasures each time. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He clicked his tongue in his heart. 5 billion high-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirits. What an exaggeration. At the same time, he became much more clear-headed after seeing this number. Perhaps a faction like the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce was the top faction of the myriad races in the myriad worlds. Even though he had a large number of troops, he was still much inexperienced in the face of such a terrifying faction that had hundreds of millions of god spirits. Don't be proud, don't be arrogant. Zhou Zhou, who had woken up, warned himself in his heart. When his faction was stronger than the top faction in the myriad worlds like the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, perhaps he would have the right to be truly proud. Your Majesty. At this moment, Zheng Fugue suddenly spoke again. The mysterious auction will be held at 23:00 p.m. sharp tonight. At that time, His Majesty can participate as if it were a dream. His Majesty was invited to the auction by our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. After His Majesty enters the dream entering, there will naturally be internal personnel from our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce who will personally arrange the follow-up matters for His Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was the benefit of having an insider. After Zheng Fugui finished speaking, Carol Moeli stood up and said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade, our life arc already has 20 trillion clergymen, 20 trillion priests, 20 trillion nuns, and 200 trillion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete war healing missions and revive wars with 30,000 trillion troops. Also, currently, there are already 500,000 high-level members of the Life Arc God Spirit. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I've officially advanced to Master God tier elementary grade. I can already resurrect life forms below that level." "Okay." Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and an extremely obvious smile appeared on his face. Carol Moeli had finally advanced and reached the elementary grade of Master God tier. She could revive life forms at Master God tier elementary grade. After his territory level advanced to the high-tier deity level, it was indeed a huge increase. Even Carol Moeli, who had not been promoted in 10,000 years, had been promoted. Even though there are no other Master God tier experts in my territory other than me, however, soon, I will have a group of Master God tier experts under my command. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he chatted with Mu Gu and company for a while before letting them leave. Zhou Zhou did not continue to comprehend the Lord's laws before the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce began. Instead, he found Li Ye and spent some time with her. With the Blazing Sun Empire's huge resources, Li Ye had already advanced to become a high-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. Moreover, as the mother of the empire, she also had the inheritance of a top-notch god spirit who was a master god tier advanced grade. It was also very likely that she would become a master god tier in the future. After spending time with Li Ye, the two of them fell asleep with their clothes on. In a lucid dream, Zhou Zhou found himself standing in front of a building about 1,000 light-years tall. This building was mainly purple in color, and on the highest floor of the building, there was a word written with law engravings. Commercial. Chapter 1295, Reincarnation Island. Myriad Race Alliance. Fate Card Association. Zhou Zhou looked at the word and could actually sense an extremely profound nomological aura from it. Moreover, it was the aura of a Lord's Law. The existence who wrote this word probably achieved Lord Law with the law of commerce. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The essence of a Lord's Law was control. However, there were thousands of forms of governance. A god spirit controlled the mind and became the master of the spirit. A god spirit controlled all flames and became the supreme flame emperor. A god spirit ruled the common people and became the common people's heavenly lord. A god spirit commanded all techniques and became the myriad god emperor. The existence that wrote the word commercial in front of him was obviously a lord who became a god spirit through the law of commerce. As for whether it was born or acquired, Zhou Zhou vaguely felt that it was acquired. Perhaps it was his intuition as an innate lord. The mysterious merchant chamber of commerce is indeed powerful. There's actually a supreme god realm who walks the Lord's law behind him. It might even be a will-level existence. Zhou Zhou sighed. As for Master God tier, how was that possible? How could the behind-the-scenes master of such a huge chamber of commerce be only a Master God tier? He could only be stronger. At this moment, two purple-robed elven maids standing in front of the building walked over. Greetings, my lord. Today, our mysterious business building is holding the 156th mysterious auction. My lord, can you show me the mysterious invitation? Lords with invitations can enter the mysterious commercial building and participate in this mysterious auction. When Zhou Zhou heard that, he handed over the mysterious invitation letter that Zheng Fugui had given him. This invitation letter was dark purple in color, and there were 3 complicated black patterns on it. The expressions of the two purple-robed elven maids changed slightly when they saw the 3 black patterns. A black grade level 3 invitation. One of them subconsciously said. What's a level 3 black invitation? Zhou asked curiously. The two maids looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Their expressions became even more respectful. Honorable guest, black goods refers to the faction closest to our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. As for the third level, it's a level of importance among all the closest factions. A member of a level 3 black grade faction, which is you. You're already a target that we, the members of the Chamber of Commerce, need to pay attention to. In the heavens, a third level black grade faction is already equivalent to an overlord level lord faction. If you reach the branch of the mysterious merchant Chamber of Commerce, you will need the branch president to personally receive you. If the mysterious merchant Chamber of Commerce has any special Chamber of Commerce activities on a daily basis, you have to inform the faction like yours immediately. There are also many benefits, big and small. Towards the end, the purple-robed elf maid on the left even took out a small booklet and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took it and flipped through it. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He did not expect the invitation letter that Jing Fugue gave him to be so important. I haven't even established a divine kingdom yet, but the mysterious merchant Chamber of Commerce already views me as an overlord-level lord faction. Zhou was surprised. However, on further thought, he realized that the mysterious merchant Chamber of Commerce's judgment was similar. His current faction level was definitely stronger than most high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions. Even though he had yet to personally come into contact with Overlord-level Lord factions, even if there was a difference, it shouldn't be much different. Then wouldn't his Blazing Sun Empire's true rating be just slightly weaker than an Overlord-level Lord faction? Such a good rating. Zhou looked at the booklet in his hand without changing his expression. He was very solemn in his heart. Even though this was only a small matter, one could already tell how powerful the A/Mysterious Chamber of Commerce was. Since you said that I'm a third-grade dark-grade force, there should be second-grade and first-grade forces, right? Can you explain? Zhou returned it to the other party and asked with a smile after reading the contents of the booklet. The Overlord-level Lord faction, as the top Lord faction in the heavens, could only be ranked at the third level. This made him very curious about the level of faction ahead of him. Upon hearing Zhou's question, the purple-robed elf maid immediately said respectfully, with your authority, you have the right to know these contents. Generally speaking, a second-grade black-grade faction usually refers to a faction that has some relationship with the Supreme God Realm or has Supreme God Realm methods. Among them, the most famous are the original spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Chaos God's race. As for the first-level black-grade faction, it refers to the faction personally protected by the Supreme God Realm. For example, Reincarnation Island, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Fate Card Association. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had a certain understanding of these three factions through his bloodline inheritance. Behind Reincarnation Island stood the Supreme God Realm of Reincarnation. The Reincarnation Island that he controlled was a top organization that nurtured experts. It strengthened itself by sending trial takers called reincarnators to the myriad worlds and letting them plunder the resources of the myriad worlds. The stronger the reincarnators were, the stronger the Reincarnation Island would be. Over the countless years, Reincarnation Island had long become a super-organization with countless experts. Moreover, it was still becoming stronger. The Myriad Race Alliance was ruled by a mysterious expert called the Supreme God Realm. When the Myriad Race Alliance was first established, it was only an organization formed by some weak races who did not want to be exploited and oppressed by powerful races. Later on, this organization absorbed more and more weak races and its power grew. As time passed, it actually became a top-notch organization. Later on, the Myriad Race Organization welcomed the addition of the Supreme God Realm of the Myriad Emperors. With the protection of this top-notch combat power, the Myriad Race Alliance directly became a super-organization comparable to the Reincarnation Island. Moreover, because of the foundation of its vast number of weak races, the Myriad Race Alliance was even stronger than Reincarnation Island in terms of reputation in the Myriad Worlds. As for the Fate Card Association, it was personally created by one of the 4 Supreme God Realms, the Fate Supreme God Realm. The Fate Card Association was very mysterious. It was said that a group of special existences who called themselves the Fate Players gathered inside. They used to play with the fate of the life forms in the myriad worlds for fun to please themselves. There were also god spirits who called them fate-mad believers. As most of the Fate Players were behind the scenes and their actions were very secretive, the factions of the myriad worlds knew very little about this organization and the members of He. Even Zhou, who had many bloodline inheritances, did not know much about the Fate Card Association. "Sir, the mysterious auction is about to begin. Do you want to take a seat now?" the purple-robed elf maid said. "Sure." Zhou came back to his senses and nodded. "Please follow me." The purple-robed maid smiled and led Zhou into the mysterious commercial building. Chapter 1296 Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent, Mythical Eye. Then, the scenery around the two of them changed and they arrived at a private room. It was more like a manor than a private room. There were all kinds of facilities in the manor, and there were also many rooms and facilities that could only be used by superhumans and god spirits. Above the manor, there was a huge virtual screen that covered the entire sky. At this moment, a high platform was displayed on the screen. There was a red table on the high platform. There was nothing on the table, but there were 2 beautiful maids in blue on both sides. "Your Excellency, this is Black Grade Level 3, Room 102. In 10 minutes, the mysterious auction will officially begin. The specific items for auction will be displayed on the dream screen. Sir, you can bid at any time. If you have any orders, you can summon me immediately. I will appear in front of you immediately and provide you with all the services you want." The purple-robed elf maid said sweetly. Zhou sized up him and nodded. The purple-robed elf maid smiled and left. Zhou was the only one left in the manor. When Zhou saw this, he walked to the main seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to officially begin. While waiting, Zhou adjusted the view of the dream screen and looked at the other private rooms. In the end, he discovered that there were about 1,000 faction organizations participating in this mysterious auction. Some of them hid their names, while others revealed their origins, as if they were not afraid of being known by other factions. Zhou took a look and saw many factions who had revealed their identities. Sanyuan Realm Lord, Firewall Race, Fire God Venerable, Myriad Law Guest, Chaos God's Race, Heaven Curse Beast, War Race, Terrence, Machina Master God, Zero, Fate Traveler, Xian Du. There aren't many true God tiers. Most of them are Master God tier. They're all true top-notch experts of the myriad worlds. Zhou exclaimed. Generally speaking, those who dared to reveal their identity and origins were existences who were extremely confident in their strength and faction. Most of the weak were obediently hiding their identities. However, he didn't expect to encounter so many old acquaintances at a mysterious auction. Terrence, Zero, Origin, Tritis, First Venerable, TSK. The 10 Master God tiers are actually all here. Interesting. Looks like everyone values this mysterious auction very much. Zhou smiled faintly. The appearance of so many familiar faces proved that this auction would auction many high-value items. He looked forward to the next item even more. However, since this auction could attract so many powerhouses, he wondered what they would think if they knew that there was a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade god among the invitees to this mysterious auction. Then, Zhou didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and quickly found the button to hide his identity at the obscure auction. Zhou did not think that he was weak. However, he also chose to press the button. At this moment, he suddenly felt a gaze land on him. He had extremely strong perception. He immediately sensed curiosity, probing, teasing, jealousy, eagerness, and many other emotions from that gaze. Zhou frowned slightly and immediately adjusted the screen in his dream to look over. Then, he saw a private room that also hid his identity as an auctioneer. The private room of the mysterious auction had an excellent isolation effect. Even if a supreme god realm expert descended, they would not be able to see through the private room and see who the auctioneer was and what he was doing. Hence, at this moment, the existences in the two private rooms seemed to look at each other across the private room. Zhou could sense that the other party's gaze became bolder and bolder. He even had the feeling that he would not stop until he saw through it. Zhou's expression gradually turned cold. The isolation effect of the private room was essentially to protect the privacy of the auctioneer. Generally speaking, since they already knew the use of the private room, ordinary auctioneers would not do such a thing as forcefully probing other people's privacy. However, the other party clearly knew that he could not see through the private room, but he still continued to do so. It could only prove one thing. The other party was deliberately offending him. Since you want to see it so much, then let me see who you are first. Zhou said coldly. Lines of text appeared in front of Zhou. The supreme sacred body sensed your will and automatically gave birth to the mythical tier 1 Lord Talent, Mythical Eye. Lord Talent, Mythical Eye, Mythical Tier, Unique, Talent Effect, Mythical Eye, you have a pair of mythical eyes that can see through everything. Any existence can't hide from you. You can even rely on your will to freely use these eyes to see anything you want. Even spacetime and fate can't stop your eyes from observing. Zhou looked at the line of text in front of him in surprise. This was the first time the supreme sacred body took effect in such a situation. He had never expected it. Still, he came at the right time. He immediately looked at the private room with the identity of the obscure auction. At the same time, in the private room with the obscure identity, two mysterious life forms in gray cloaks were talking. That's the common people's regal. He actually has the qualifications to participate in this mysterious auction. Kid said in surprise. According to the note that Mr. Luo gave us, the other party must be the common people's regal. Furthermore, not only did the other party participate in this auction, but they also participated as a black grade level 3 faction. Looks like the other party has a deep relationship with the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. Another mysterious life form, Aspria, said indifferently. Interesting. It's so funny. I have to see what he looks like. Kid's eyes were filled with excitement when he heard this. He looked at the black grade level 3 private room without restraint. Then the common people's regal has a high chance of becoming the lord of all races in the future. Don't provoke him with your player talent. Aspria frowned. It's okay. How can I be satisfied if I don't take a look at such an interesting existence? Besides, you said it's the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Perhaps one day in the future, he will die at the hands of those high-level bloodline races. The other party is still so weak. It's a pity not to take the opportunity to take a look. As Kid spoke, he looked at the black grade level 3 private room even more unscrupulously. Your jealousy is playing tricks on you. You're jealous of the reputation, potential, faction, and strength of the common people's regal. You want everything about each other, don't you? Aspria said calmly. Shut up. Do you want to play a game of fate with me? Kid cursed. Then, he continued to look at the black grade level 3 private room. At this moment, the fearlessness and jealousy in his eyes were almost unconcealed. Aspria shook his head. At this moment, Kid seemed to have seen something terrifying. His eyes suddenly widened in fear. At the same time, a cold and dignified voice appeared in his mind. Player of fate, kid. Are you offending this emperor? This emperor will personally go to the Fate Card Association in the future to talk to you. Chapter 1297, Mysterious Chamber of Commerce's little gift with that, Zhou snorted. Humph. This cold snort sounded ordinary to others, but to Kid, it was like thunder from the sky. It directly blasted him until his eyes and ears bled. Drops of golden blood flowed out of his eyes and ears, looking very terrifying. Ah! Kid let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground uncontrollably. He kept rolling around, looking like he was in great pain. Kid? Aspria, who had been calm, finally changed his expression. He immediately tried to help Kid up, but Kid couldn't help but use his divine power and throw him to the side, causing him, the Master God tier, to almost fall. How are you? Aspria did not dare to approach the other party, so he could only stand on the spot and ask. However, Kid only cared about wailing to ease the pain of his will and could not answer Aspria's question at all. Aspria's expression changed as he took out a purple card. The purple card had a purple vertical pupil engraved with complicated purple patterns. It looked mysterious and noble. Fate card, Observer's Eye. He whispered and threw the card out. After the card flew out, it immediately floated above Kid, emitting waves of purple light that illuminated Kid's body. A few seconds later, the purple card returned to Aspria's hand. At the same time, he knew what had happened to Kid. Kid's will is damaged. Aspria's expression was ugly. At their level, they had gradually understood that the soul was not the core of life. Only willpower was the true core of life forms. Therefore, it was actually easier to recover from the injuries to one's soul. However, once one's will was injured, it would take a lot of time and resources to recover. Moreover, it could not guarantee a 100% recovery. Even if it was recovered, there might be some consequences, such as becoming stupid, temperament becoming sluggish, intelligence decrease, spout nonsense, and not being able to control one's divine body. Such symptoms usually only appeared in old life forms. However, if a god spirit's will was injured, there was a high chance that the same or similar symptoms would appear. God spirits were all high and mighty beings. How could they accept themselves in such a state? Therefore, god spirits whose wills were injured often suffered psychological blows that were greater than the injuries they suffered on the surface. Who dared to attack the members of the Fate Card Association at the mysterious auction? A question appeared in his mind. Then, he quickly came up with an answer that he wasn't sure of. Could it be that Kid was injured by the common people's regal's willpower? However, how was that possible? According to the information they had gathered, although the common people's regal had made a name for himself in the myriad worlds, he was actually just a god who had yet to become a true god tier. How could he grasp the power of will and even injure Kid, who had also comprehended the will-like light realm? It couldn't be that a god spirit who wasn't even a true god tier had a willpower that was even stronger than a master god tier elementary grade god spirit, right? However, after a long silence, he had to admit that this seemingly unbelievable answer was the one that was most likely to be close to the truth. He's not even a true god, but he has comprehended the power of will. He can even use it to severely injure a master god tier who has also comprehended the power of will. This common people's regal is indeed an innate regal personally conferred by the supreme will. Terrifying indeed. Thinking of this, Aspria glanced at Kid, who was still wailing crazily, and shook his head. He had no intention of interfering. He had already warned the other party not to provoke that regal, but this fellow still dared to provoke him recklessly. He could only blame himself for ending up like this. The members of their Fate Card Association were secretly called Fate Mad Believer by the god spirits of the outside world. However, being mad did not mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, most Fate players who dared to play with Fate were extremely smart. This kid could only be said to be addicted to the power of playing with Fate, making him a little too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke an existence he shouldn't have. Aspria stopped thinking and focused on the auction again. As for Kid, he casually set up a soundproof barrier to block the other party's wails that made him a little annoyed. At the same time, after Zhou Zhou taught the other party a small lesson, even though he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little surprised. His mythical tier eye could actually see through the other party's private room and see who the unscrupulous fellow was. Weird. Logically speaking, even though his mythical tier eye had the mythical tier unique lord talent, its upper limit was only a master god tier advanced grade. Under normal circumstances, he should not be able to see through the other party's private room. How did he see through it just now? Was it because he walked the Lord's law? Was it because the law was special that he could see through it? Or was it because the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce had sensed his movements here, and because of his identity and other special reasons, they were willing to open the door for him so that he could see the other party's appearance and teach him a lesson? Or could it be both? Many thoughts flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. And just as he was pondering, the auction officially began. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou could only temporarily put aside his thoughts and focus on the auction in front of him. On the auction stage, a female master god tier of the elven race was standing there. She had fair skin and exquisite facial features. Reddish gold-colored eyes, and she looked aesthetically pleasing. Her expression and demeanor was gentle, but her voice resounded in every auction room. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Having a master god tier as an auctioneer, in the myriad worlds, only top-notch factions like the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce could have such a reputation. At this moment, the female master god tier of the elven race spoke. "Welcome, your excellencies, to the 156th mysterious auction held by the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Xiaoxi. I'll be hosting the next auction. This auction supports the use of divine crystals. You can also do barter trading. The chief appraiser of the mysterious auction will personally appraise all the auction items and treasures used for bartering. I guarantee that there won't be any counterfeit items auctioned. Please rest assured. Xiaoxi has something to say before the auction officially begins." Originally, this mysterious auction should have been held earlier. However, because our mysterious auction had found a new batch of goods that could be auctioned during this year's mysterious auction, we took the initiative to postpone the time of this auction in order to make this auction more perfect. In order to express the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce's apology to everyone, the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce will give your excellencies a small gift to express our apology before the first auction item goes on stage. With that, Xiaoxi clapped her hands. In the next second, a palm-sized circular item appeared in front of all the god spirits participating in the auction, including Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1298, Slave Bracelet. Generic Race Divine Artifact, World-Breaking All. Bexenville. CM Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. A Master God Tier treasure. Moreover, it was a rare seal-type Master God Tier treasure. This is a slave bracelet personally created by the creator of artifacts of our mysterious Chamber of Commerce, Hirals. A true God Tier advanced grade God Spirit with the potential of a Master God Tier intermediate grade is sealed inside. As long as they spend some resources, it's very likely that they will break through the bottleneck and become clan-protecting powerhouses. Furthermore, everyone can rest assured that our slave bracelet is a Master God Tier elementary grade slave bracelet. Even if it really advances to a Master God Tier elementary grade, our slave methods can still control the other party IOO%. Therefore, you don't have to worry about expending resources to allow the other party to break through. In the end, the other party's rebellion appeared. Xiaoxi smiled. Oh yes. The true God-tier advanced grade powerhouse sealed in the slave bracelet came from an ultimate void life form on the ultimate void battlefield. Don't worry, just use it. There won't be any grudges. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he reached out to take the slave bracelet. After it recognized him as its master, he entered it with his divine sense. Then, he saw a dark purple creature inside. This dark purple creature exuded a ferocious true God-tier advanced grade aura, as if it was a natural predator. Zhou Zhou had already received the information from the slave bracelet and knew that the other party's name was Lois. He was an ultimate void life form that walked the path of the void lightning laws. It's okay. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and casually threw it into his first treasure vault. He now had a large group of true God-tier God spirits with master God-tier potential. Therefore, he was not affected by this small gift. The other master God-tiers participating in the auction were different. To them and the factions behind them, true God-tier advanced grade God spirits with master God-tier potential were very likely to become super powerhouses like the pillars of their factions in the future. They were very happy that they had obtained such a high-potential subordinate for nothing and did not have to worry about him betraying them in the future. Even Terence and company were surprised at how generous the mysterious Chamber of Commerce was. At this moment, at least half of the participants in the auction could not help but think. As expected of the richest mysterious Chamber of Commerce in the myriad worlds. At the same time, on the auction stage, Xiaoxi waited for a while and smiled. The little gift has been delivered. Then, we'll invite the first auction item. Zhou Zhou's attention was attracted by his words. A black cone-shaped item slowly appeared on the auction stage. This is our first item. A general-purpose racial divine artifact, world-piercing all. The entire auction venue suddenly fell silent. Almost all the participants in the auction looked at the racial divine artifact on the auction stage with burning eyes. Did they hear wrongly? Was it really a universal racial divine artifact? Generally speaking, the upper limit of general-purpose race divine artifacts was the supreme divine artifact. Some extremely rare general-purpose race divine artifacts had even reached the legendary will divine artifact level. Even though he did not know the upper limit of this racial divine artifact, as long as it was a universal race divine artifact, the lowest value would be no less than a top-notch master god tier divine artifact. Good God! Trump cards from the beginning, eh? At the same time, in the private room, Zhou Zhou was also very surprised. Even though he had many race divine artifacts, it was precisely because of this that he understood the value of racial divine artifacts better. Coming to this auction wasn't in vain. Zhou Zhou said in satisfaction. Below, Xiaoxi was seriously introducing the effects of this race divine artifact to all the excellencies who participated in the auction. A general-purpose racial divine artifact, world-piercing all. It comes from a high-level bloodline race, the Royal Bee clan. This world-piercing all was originally a true god-tier divine artifacts forged by the first-generation patriarch of the Royal Bee clan, Wei Bai, using his own vital bee needles. Later on, after being refined by the past patriarchs of the Royal Bee clan, coupled with the support of the faith of the past generations of the Royal Bee clan, this Wei Bai needle finally evolved into a universal race divine artifact, world-piercing all. Then, the news of the world-piercing all spread. The Royal Bee clan was wiped out by 16 people of foreign races. After that, this world-piercing all passed through the hands of several owners. In the end, it was sold to our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce by the last owner recently and became the first auction item of our mysterious auction. As for the use of the world-piercing all, it's just as its name says, breaking the world. After our tests, we have finally confirmed that this world-piercing all can break through any world barrier below the Master God tier level. Furthermore, it's not just limited to world barriers, berets, illusions, and even divine artifact armor. The world-piercing all is also very handy when it comes to breaking through these things, so it can also be used as a pseudo-attack type Master God tier divine artifact. At this point, Xiaoxi paused for a moment so that everyone could digest the contents of this race divine artifact. Then, she said, "Now, the auction officially begins. Universal Race Divine Artifact, World-Piercing All. The starting price is 2 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Every bid must increase by at least 10 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. No Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals." Immediately, a Master God Tier began to raise the price. Zhou Zhou looked over and he realized that War Master God Terence was actually raising the price. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Well, this guy was waging war all over the world every day. This world-piercing all was indeed very useful to him. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to bid, so he drank his tea and waited. Soon, the price was increased to 300 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. After reaching this price, the number of bidders suddenly decreased. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. Looks like the upper limit of everyone's valuation of this race divine artifact is 300 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. He thought to himself. Therefore, he raised his hand and said, 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. In the private room of the War Master God, Terence looked at the bidding price of 320 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. There shouldn't be any Master God Tier competing with him now, right? With his identity and the price he offered, it would be a little impolite for anyone to compete with him for this universal race divine artifact. With this world-piercing all, it should be much easier to fight cross-border wars in the future. Terence said in satisfaction. At this moment, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly rose. Guests from Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 have raised the bidding price to 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Is there a higher bid? War Master God Terence's face suddenly darkened. Who is it? Just as he was about to flare up, he received a friend message. Terence looked over impatiently and was stunned. So it's this guy. Forget it, forget it. I'll let him get it this time. Terence immediately lost interest in raising the price. Only he would be stupid enough to compete for treasures with a guy who casually took out several top-notch Master God Tier divine artifacts. Moreover, when the other party became the ruler of the divine kingdom and he became the other party's worshipped Master God, he would be able to use this world-piercing all. He didn't even need to spend money. At the thought of this, Terence suddenly felt that he had made a killing. Chapter 1299 Intentionless Master God's Book of Cultivation Bexenville. CM At the auction, many auctioneers thought that with the War Master God's hot temper, Terence would definitely be furious when he saw that this fellow would actually raise the price without giving him any face. Perhaps after the auction, he would personally lead the army to find trouble with the Black Grade Level 3 bidder in Room 102. In the end, what surprised them was that War Master God Terence did not react at all when faced with the mysterious bidder's increase in price. He directly gave up on raising the price. He didn't even say anything harsh. This didn't seem like Terence's style. Many Master God Tiers who understood Terence's temper couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, he was even more curious about the mysterious bidder in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. Where did this guy come from? He could actually make Terence give in without saying a word. In the Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. When Zhou Zhou saw that Terence had stopped bidding, a faint smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, Terence was one of them. Otherwise, there might be a melodramatic scene between him and the other party. Fortunately, that didn't happen. At this moment, the auction below had already ended. 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals had already exceeded the expectations of 99% of the Master Gods present. Therefore, after Zhou Zhou raised the bid, no other bidders raised the price again. Hence, the first auction item of this mysterious auction successfully landed in Zhou Zhou's hands. Soon, the purple-clothed elven maid held the world-piercing awl with both hands. After the announcement, she entered the private room and came in front of Zhou Zhou. "Your Excellency, your item." He smiled. "Thank you very much. You're too kind, Your Excellency." The purple-robed elf maid smiled again. Then, without saying anything, she quietly walked out of the private room. Zhou Zhou carefully played with the world-piercing awl and nodded slightly. With this world-piercing awl, the efficiency of the battle on the cerulean planet should increase a little. As for the 350 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals that he had just spent, he looked at the more than 2.4 million Master God Tier Divine Crystals in his first treasure vault and smiled without saying anything. As for the Divine Crystals from the low-level deity level to true God Tier, there were too many to count. Then, he threw the world-piercing awl into his first treasure vault. At this moment, the second auction item had already been delivered. It was an offensive-type Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Artifact that looked like a dagger. As soon as the Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Artifact appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many Master God Tier experts. The entire venue instantly erupted into discussion. Many Master God Tier experts were itching to give it a try. They all wanted to fight for this Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this scene. From the reactions of these Master God Tiers, it seemed that the Master God Tier Divine Artifacts in his hands were still very popular. However, he was also very interested in this Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Even, he didn't have more than 100 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts after all. Therefore, he bid again. A moment later, Zhou Zhou once again bid for this dagger-type Master God Tier Divine Artifact at the price of 125 low-grade Master God Tier Divine Crystals. Many bidders noticed the black grade level 3 room 102 again when they saw this scene. Many Master God Tier frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything. If he were to waste Master God Tier Divine Crystals like this, when the truly valuable treasures came up, he wouldn't have any divine crystals to bid for. Let's see how he would cry then. However, the War Master God, Terence, looked as if he was not surprised at all. He smiled strangely as he waited for the next item to go on stage. Soon, the third item was also on stage. This time, the auction item was a cultivation book. Xiaoxi introduced with a smile, "The author of this Book of Cultivation is the Intentionless Master God." 10,000 years ago, the Intentionless Master God was also a top-notch Master God Tier expert infinitely close to the Supreme God realm. He has touched the threshold of the Will Divine Transformation realm at the Master God Tier stage. Unfortunately, in the end, he failed to comprehend the Lord's law and he died in the Skynet Mystic realm fighting other Master God Tiers. After 10,000 years, we obtained this Book of Cultivation from each other's relics. After our inspection, this Book of Cultivation records the cultivation experience of Imperial Lord Intentionless along the way. Among them, there's also the other party's experience in cultivating the Will Divine Transformation realm. Your Excellencies who aspire to the Supreme God realm, if you want to understand the content of the Will Divine Transformation realm, you must not miss this auction item. Intentionless Master God's Legacy, Book of Cultivation. The starting price is 200 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Each increment must not be less than 10 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The auction begins now. Boom! Most of the Master God Tier present were attracted again. Will Divine Transformation Realm? That was one of the conditions to become a Supreme God Realm expert. Among the Master God Tier present, unless they knew that they really did not have the potential to advance to the Supreme God realm, who would not be tempted by this Book of Cultivation. Even the War Master God, the Wisdom Master God, and the other 10 Master Gods wanted to participate in the auction again and obtain this Book of Cultivation. Zhou Zhou, who was in the private room, was even more tempted when he heard the Book of Cultivation. After he consumed the Yellow River fish, he gradually understood how to walk on the path of his will. Coupled with the accumulation of the willpower he had cultivated previously, it could be said that he was only one step away from the will divine transformation realm. Zhou Zhou had originally planned to continue eating the Yellow River fish to speed up the process. Now that he had seen the Book of Cultivation, he suddenly realized that he actually had other choices. The stones of other mountains can attack jade. This intentionless Master God's Book of Cultivation might be my last kick to open the door to the will divine transformation realm. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself, and his gaze gradually became firm. This Book of Cultivation was even more valuable to him than the universal race divine artifact, the world-piercing all. The third item was definitely his 210 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 230 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Applications. Your Excellencies, I'm here on behalf of the Sky Fire Master God. Please give us face. We will be eternally grateful in the future. 240 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Junior. This is an opportunity to advance to the Supreme God realm. We wouldn't give your Sky Fire Master God face even if he came here personally. 250 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. That's right, this auction item will belong to the person with the most divine crystals. 260 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou did not bid. Instead, he waited calmly. In the end, the competition for the Book of Cultivation was unexpectedly popular. Its price rose from 200 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals to 400 Master God Tier Divine Crystals. Only then did the rising trend begin to decrease. When the Master God Tiers raised the price to 420 Master God Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, Zhou Zhou raised his hand and bid 450 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The entire auction hall fell silent. All the Master God Tier and the True God Tier subordinates who represented the Master God Tier looked at the black, grade level 3 private room 102 with gritted teeth. It's this guy again. Is this guy here to cause trouble? Why is he bidding for everything? And he raised the price so high all of a sudden. Who is this guy in this private room? Investigate. After this auction, I must find out the origins of this fellow. I want to see if he has the divine crystals to buy and if he has the life to use these auction items. In War Master God Terrence's private room, Terrence held his forehead and looked speechless. Even though this guy was rich and powerful, he was too high profile. In the private room of the Wisdom Master God Totbirth. Totbirth looked thoughtfully at Zhou Zhou and Terrence's private room before a smile appeared on his face. In the private room of Master God Tier Trites. Trites gazed curiously at the private chamber where Zhou Zhou was. In the private room of the original Master God Tier, Origin frowned slightly as he gazed at Zhou Zhou's private room. He had already comprehended the will divine transformation realm, so he was not interested in this half-baked intentionless Master God inheritance. He was only curious when such a high-profile Master Deity level had appeared in the myriad worlds. He'll get the clan to investigate who will use the world-piercing all in the future. He made up his mind. Fate player Aspria gazed at Zhou Zhou's private chamber with even additional fear in his eyes. The other Master God Tiers also used various gazes to observe that private room. Chapter 1300, Can't spend it all in a lifetime. The Way of the World. Bexenville. CM Zhou Zhou naturally noticed the gazes of the Master God Tiers. He knew that among these Master God Tiers, there might even be Master God Tiers that belonged to some Overlord-level Lord factions, but he didn't care. Powerful factions and thousands of trillions of troops were his greatest source of confidence. When he was weak, he would naturally develop wretchedly and keep a low profile as a lord. However, if he developed to the point where he became stronger but still cowered because of his timid personality when he could clearly obtain something, his instincts would have become stronger, but he would have stagnated because he had missed the opportunity. Then what was the meaning of becoming stronger? That was why he still chose to do whatever he wanted even though he knew that his actions of continuously auctioning would attract the attention of many Master God tier. Of course, the most important reason was because of this private room that could isolate observation. Zhou Zhou had fewer concerns during the auction because of the protection of this private room. 460 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. At this moment, another Master God tier bid, raising the price of the auction. 490 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. 500 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. The Master God tier who was bidding gritted his teeth and said. This was all the divine crystals he had. He would really not have a single drop left if it was any higher. If he didn't really want this Master God tier advanced grade inheritance of soul formation in order to break through to the Supreme God realm in the future, he wouldn't have offered such a high price. 520 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. To him, who had more than 4 million Master God tier divine crystals, 520 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals were nothing. Even if the other party forcefully raised the price to thousands or even tens of thousands, he would still calmly raise the price. When he said the price, the bidder finally stopped raising the price. He could already tell that the other party really did not lack divine crystals. Even if he raised the price again, the other party could still easily raise the price to buy it. Since that was the case, why did he have to ask for trouble? Furthermore, the fact that the other party could take out so many divine crystals so easily proved how powerful the other party was. Fortuitous opportunities, as long as one was alive, they would eventually have them in the future. There was no need for him to forcefully provoke such a powerful enemy. Your Excellency in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 has bid 520 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. Any higher bids? Xiaoxi shouted. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes looked at the surrounding Master God tiers and True God tiers expectantly. And yet, no one offered a higher price. This was only a book of cultivation, after all. Even if it meant that its price was higher than that of a Master God tier divine artifact or even a general purpose race divine artifact. However, if the price was too high, there was no need. 520 Master God tier advanced divine crystals going once, 520 Master God tier advanced divine crystals going twice, 520 Master God tier advanced divine crystals going thrice. Deal. 2. Congratulations to Your Excellency in Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 for successfully winning this intentionless Master God's inheritance. Perhaps in the near future, there will be a Your Excellency who will become a Supreme God realm with the help of this book of cultivation. Xiaoxi said with a smile. Then, let's welcome our fourth item. A Master God level intermediate grade divine artifact, Fire Dragon Flame Sky Bell. After introducing the effects of the Fire Dragon Flame Sky Bell, Xiaoxi auctioned it at the price of 150 Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals. After several rounds of bidding, this Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact was finally successfully won by Zhou Zhou for 270 Master God tier intermediate divine crystals. At this moment, many Master God tier looked at the Black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102 with resentment. As for Zhou Zhou, it was as if he did not see their gazes. He looked at the more than 7 million Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals that had not even been spent. He sighed with emotion and said, I can't spend it all. Master God tier items are still too cheap. Can we get on the Supreme God realm or even willpower level items as soon as possible? Zhou Zhou sighed. He had come this time with the intention of spending all his Master God tier divine crystals. Don't end up disappointed. Then, he didn't think too much about it and continued participating in the subsequent auctions. Hence, the master god-tiers quickly discovered something that made them speechless. That mysterious bidder from the black grade level 3 private room 102 had actually participated in 8 out of 10 auctions. Moreover, he had won that auction item at an extremely high price every time. There was no concept of time in this dream auction of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce. No matter how long the bidders took to participate in the mysterious auction, when he finally woke up, he would realize that only a few seconds had passed in reality. The mysterious merchant Chamber of Commerce had originally planned to use more than 20 days to auction a total of 1,075 items. In the end, a total of 157 items were auctioned in the first 3 days. A total of 122 items were won by Zhou Zhou alone. In the end, a total of 157 items were auctioned in the first 3 days. A total of 122 items were won by Zhou Zhou alone. Even the mysterious Chamber of Commerce that held the mysterious auction was dumbfounded. Which force is that bidder from? He's actually so rich. Is it a Supreme God Realm faction? The president of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce, who had never shown his face, began to personally ask about this matter. The member in charge of receiving the bidders immediately told the president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce about Zhou Zhou. After a moment of silence, the president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce ordered our members to do their best to serve this common people's regal. No matter what requests he makes, we will try our best to satisfy them. We must make him feel at home in our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. Don't provoke him and make him hate our mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge of the mysterious auction was shocked when he heard this. 2. Is there a need to do this to him? 2. Wouldn't that be unfair to the other bidders? He asked. Fairness is for outsiders. Without affecting our own interests, we can be generous and talk about fairness. But when it comes to our own people, especially those above us, especially when this person involves our interests, then we have to do our best to make things convenient for the other party. The president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce said earnestly. This common people's regal was someone that even the Supreme will valued greatly. Talk about fairness with him. Only a fool would do that. What if he told the Supreme will to make things difficult for him? On the other hand, if he treated the other party well and the other party remembered his kindness, he would be able to benefit greatly if he were to put in a good word for the Supreme will. I understand. The person in charge of the auction pondered for a few seconds and immediately said respectfully. Then, he suddenly laughed. Then I guess I did the right thing. What did you do? The president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce asked. Previously, Your Excellency Common People's Regal wanted to observe a Fate Card Association member who provoked him through our private room. The method he used is very powerful, but it's still a little lacking. I secretly helped. The person in charge of the auction smiled. I knew you had a future. The president of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce laughed in satisfaction. It's all because you taught me well, President. The person in charge of the auction smiled respectfully. Chapter 1301, Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. Bexmble. CM The auction of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce continued. In the blink of an eye, 17 days had passed. Of course, these 17 days were only 17 days in the dream. It was only a few seconds in reality. At this moment, the items that appeared in the auction gradually became more high-end. Items at the advanced grade Master God level would often appear, causing top Master Gods like Terrence to frequently auction them off. Zhou Zhou was not inferior to them at all. In the past 17 days, a total of 912 items had been auctioned. A total of 806 items had been auctioned off by Zhou Zhou. As for the expenditure, he had spent more than 300,000 Master God tier divine crystals. It was already equivalent to 1/8 of Zhou Zhou's Master God tier divine crystals reserves. However, Zhou Zhou did not regret it. He now possessed a large number of true God tiers. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, he would gradually give birth to Master God tier after Master God tier. As for the treasures that he had bought, most of them were Master God tier items that could be used by his subordinates in the future. As a lord, he naturally wouldn't let him regret strengthening his subordinates. Moreover, Zhou Zhou believed that the remaining 1 million Master God tier divine crystals should be able to buy a few Supreme God realm items in the upcoming auction. He might even be able to get a share of the willpower level items. Even if it wasn't enough, he still had a Master God tier divine artifact, a massive number of Master God tier treasures, and a large number of divine crystals of other levels. At most, he would just exchange it for something else. Furthermore, Zhou Zhou already knew that the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce provided divine crystals exchange services. If the other party did not accept bartering, he could use his treasures to exchange for some Master God tier divine crystals or even Supreme God realm divine crystals to give to the auctioneer. Therefore, Zhou Zhou, who had a massive amount of Master God tier treasures and a massive amount of divine crystals, was very confident. Your Excellencies, the next 163 items will be the highlight of our mysterious auction. That is because even the weakest of them is comparable to a Grade 1 Supreme God realm treasure. At this point, Xiaoxi's expression became exciting and charming. The Supreme God realm was not divided into the middle and lower levels. Instead, it was divided into 4 levels, from Grade 1 to Grade 4. Even though a Grade 1 Supreme God realm expert had just entered the Supreme God realm, he could still single-handedly defeat the 10 Master God tiers. As for treasures that could be evaluated as Grade 1 Supreme God realm, one could imagine how precious they were. Our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce will definitely not disappoint Your Excellency. Let's invite our first auction item that's comparable to a Grade 1 Supreme God realm treasure, the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient gray bell the size of a palm appeared on the auction stage. The surrounding dream space distorted visibly because of the appearance of this ancient bell. It was as if this Grade 1 Supreme God realm treasure wanted to break through this Drachem space and return to the main world. This Grade 1 Supreme God realm treasure was personally created by the Creation Supreme God realm. It can at most block 3 Supreme God realm will attacks. As for Master God tier level willpower attacks and soul attacks, they are completely useless against this Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. It can block Master God tier level divine soul attacks and willpower attacks without limit. With this Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, it can be said that if Your Excellency's only enemy is the Master God tier, then Your Excellency will no longer have to worry about your divine soul and will being injured by the enemy's divine soul and will attack. Other than protecting the soul and will, the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell can also emit the soul cleansing sacred sound, allowing the owner to enter the soul cleansing state. Not only will the comprehension of the laws increase slightly under the influence of the soul cleansing sacred sound for a short period of time, but it can even slowly increase the strength of the will. In addition, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was also created by the Supreme God Realm and personally engraved with the Degeneration Divine Vein. It can allow the Master God tiers to barely control this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm divine artifact. When the Master God tier heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. It was actually a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure that could be used by a Master God tier. To Master God tiers like them, the attraction of this treasure could be said to have increased by more than 10 times. Terence and the other 10 Master God tiers also looked at the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell in Xiaoxi's hand with burning eyes. Compared to the previous Master God tier treasures, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure that they could also use was the highlight they wanted. When Xiaoxi saw that the atmosphere was almost ready, a bright smile appeared on her lips. Then, she shouted, "Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure, Soul Suppression Sacred Bell." The starting price is 10,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 100 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Every increment must not be less than 1,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 10 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall gasped. Zhou clicked his tongue. As expected of a Supreme God Realm treasure. Even the lowest Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was 100 times more expensive than an advanced grade Master God Tier treasure. However, he revealed a faint smile, and the depths of his eyes were filled with excitement. The 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals that he had brought were finally going to come in handy. Previously, he had bought more than 800 Master God Tier treasures. In the end, he had only spent more than 300,000. He had really spent a lot. He could spend them happily now. Following that, he remained calm and didn't bid first. Instead, he waited for the other bidders to bid first. In the end, he waited for a long time before the first bidder began to bid. 11,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The bidder called out. Zhou looked over and realized that the private room the other party was in was an auction room that did not hide the identity of an obscure faction. The faction information marked on it was, Moonlight Sacred Land. Zhou searched through the bloodline inheritance in his mind and quickly found the specific information about this Moonlight Sacred Land. This Moonlight Sacred Land belonged to the Great Lunar Divine Court and was a subsidiary organization. The Master of the Sacred Ground, the Bright Moon Holy God, was a Supreme God Realm cultivator of the Great Lunar Divine Court. So you're from the Great Lunar Divine Court. Previously, you didn't make any sound and the Master God Tier Divine Artifacts were being auctioned. You immediately appeared as soon as the Supreme God Realm treasure was auctioned, right? Zhou smiled faintly. In the following period of time, another 12 Supreme God Realm factions and 35 top-notch Master God Tier factions bid. Among them were War Master God Terrence and the other 10 Master Gods. Even though they knew that they were competing with a Supreme God Realm faction, as the 10 Master God Tiers personally acknowledged by the Supreme Will, they were actually not too afraid of each other. They would still compete for the treasures that they should compete for. Hence, in less than a moment, the price of the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, which was originally only 10,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, increased to 33,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 38,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The Moonlight Sacred Land directly raised the price of 5,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals, looking determined to win. Upon seeing this scene, Terrence and the other 10 Master God Tiers looked at each other and shook their heads silently. With the other party's attitude, it would be a little insensible for them to forcefully raise the price. Furthermore, this price had far exceeded their expectations. Even if they could squeeze out so many divine crystals, they did not want to risk everything and use so many divine crystals to buy such a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. On the Moonlight Sacred Land side, Zhu Rong, the holy son of the Moonlight Sacred Land who was in charge of bidding, revealed a faint arrogance on his face when he saw that no one was bidding. Willpower had always been his weak point in cultivation. This Grade 1 Supreme God Realm was a very suitable treasure for him. Therefore, he wanted it very much, even if he had to pay a certain price. However, as the holy son of the Holy Land, he had the capital to pay this price. Just as he thought that this treasure was destined to land in his pocket. A calm voice sounded. 4,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhu Rong suddenly looked in the direction of the sound. In the end, he realized that the other party was none other than the bidder who had not made a sound since the bidding began. It was none other than the common people's regal, Zhou. Chapter 1302, Two Supreme God Realm Treasures. It's him again. He actually dares to compete with me. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was. Even though Zhu Rong did not know who the bidder in that private room was, they had seen how this fellow had taken more than 800 Master God-tier treasures. Buying all 800 Master God-tier treasures would cost more than 300,000 Master God-tier divine crystals. This was a rather astonishing number even to his teacher, the Bright Moon Holy God, what more him? Zhu Rong could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. A person from the Black Grade Level 3 private room would be an Overlord level Lord faction at best. Where did he get so many divine crystals to buy so many auction items? Could he have inherited the entire inheritance of a certain supreme god realm? Furthermore, he was so ostentatious at the mysterious auction. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by other god spirits in the future and attracting their covetous gazes? Most importantly, how could he, a fellow from a Black Grade Level 3 faction, dare to compete with the holy son of a Yellow Grade Level 1 Supreme God Realm faction for the same item? Are you tired of living? Aren't you afraid that our moonlight sacred land will find you and treat you to tea? He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Friend, are you sure you want to bid for this item with me?" The venue was silent. Everyone wanted to watch the show and see how the super bidder who had won 806 pieces would respond. Or should he withdraw from the auction and give this item to the holy son of the Bright Moon Holy Land? Frankly speaking, they were not surprised at all even if the other party retreated. After all, that was the holy son from the Bright Moon Holy Land with a supreme god realm teacher behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? However, if such a thing really happened, they would definitely feel great. That was because when Zhou Zhou had bid for the 806 items, although they did not say anything on the surface, they had already accumulated some resentment towards Zhou Zhou. It was probably the mentality of hating the rich. Therefore, they were very happy to see Zhou Zhou suffer. Soon, the bidder from the Black Grade Level 3 private room 102 spoke. He seemed surprised that the other party would say such a thing. He pretended to be puzzled. "Am I not allowed to bid?" As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar immediately broke out in the auction hall. Some gods were excited, some were shocked, some were gloating, and some were laughing heartily. Terence held his forehead. This guy was actually not giving any face to the holy son of a supreme god realm faction. As expected of the future ruler of their divine kingdom. It was true that Zhu Rong was the holy son of the Bright Moon Holy Land. However, the common people's regal was someone favored by the supreme will. The difference between the supreme will and the Bright Moon Holy God was like the difference between Superman and an ordinary person. From the looks of it, it was normal for common people's regal to not give him face. On the other side. Good. 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 Zhu Rong laughed in anger when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. 41,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. He said coldly. 43,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou said calmly. 44,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 46,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 47,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. 49,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou's tone was as calm as ever. It was as though he wasn't paying money, but was taking a dump. On the other hand, Zhu Rong's face turned red. He was forced into a difficult position by the other party. If he stopped bidding now and was seen by the Master God Tier forces, Supreme God Realm forces, and even willpower forces present, how would he explain it to his teacher when he returned? What if his teacher felt embarrassed and removed he from the position of Holy Son? He felt that he was in a difficult position. There's only one way out. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth and said, 50,000, just as he was about to continue, an old man who had been silent suddenly said, Your Excellency. The upper limit of the expenditure that the Holy Lord has given you on this trip is only 50,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Are you sure you want to spend all the Divine Crystals to buy this soul suppression sacred bell? Zhu Rong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. How could he be willing to spend all his Divine Crystals to buy this treasure? One had to know that this was only the first Supreme God Realm treasure. There would definitely be better Supreme God Realm treasures in the future. What if he ran out of Divine Crystals when he met someone better? I understand. Zhu Rong said after a long time. He looked at Black Grade Level 3 Room 102. He had lost this competition. He might be unwilling to lose, but that was the only way. At the same time, when the auctioneer, Xiaoxi, saw that Zhu Rong was no longer raising the bidding price, he also began to count down. After the countdown ended, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure landed in Zhou Zhou's hands under the envious gazes of countless Master God Tier experts. Zhou Zhou looked at the palm-sized ancient grey bell in his hand and could not hide the smile on his face. This was the first Supreme God Realm treasure that he had obtained. Even though it was only a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure, it was still extremely precious. As for the reaction of the outside world, why would he care so much? As a Supreme God Realm treasure that protected the soul and will, the soul suppression sacred bell also had the ability to increase the power of will. It was naturally very important to him, a cultivator of the power of will. He would not give up such a treasure that could increase his strength for the sake of not being ostentatious. It was fine if he couldn't afford it without divine crystals. Since he could afford it, why should he give it up? Moreover, even if his actions attracted the attention of those Supreme God Realm forces, he now knew that he was favored and protected by the Supreme Will. This was the thickest thigh in the myriad worlds. With this thigh to hug, what was there to be afraid of? Then, he didn't think too much about it. He diverted a portion of his attention to the auction in the outside world. He then focused most of his attention on refining this Supreme God Realm treasure. Just as auctioneer Xiaoxi had said, due to the existence of the inferior divine patterns, this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure could be refined and used by Master God Tier. After Zhou Zhou used King and Moon Demon to forcefully raise his strength to the Master God Tier elementary grade, he easily refined this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. Ridiculous. I'm a high-tier deity level intermediate grade God spirit, but am actually starting to use Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasures. Zhou Zhou only came back to his senses after refining it. He realized what a ridiculous thing he had done and muttered to himself with a strange expression. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued paying attention to the auction in front of him. The second Supreme God Realm treasure was also a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure. Unlike the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell, this treasure was an offensive Supreme God Realm treasure. Its form was in the form of a green gold rod. It could release a rod strike that was comparable to the full-strength strike of a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm God Spirit. The starting price of this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure was 11,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 110 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. It was 10% higher than the Soul Suppression Sacred Bell. After a round of intense bidding, this treasure was finally won by Zhou Zhou for 31,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The Master God Tier forces gritted their teeth as they looked at the Black Grade Level 3 Private Room 102, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 1303, Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact Mending the Heavens. In the next 3 days, a total of 151 Supreme God Realm treasures were auctioned. The weakest among them was a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm treasure, while the highest was a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm treasure. A Grade 4 True God Tier treasure, even if it could only unleash the power of one strike, was comparable to the full-strength strike of a top Supreme God Realm. With such a treasure to protect him, as long as he did not provoke willpower-level existences in the myriad worlds, he was invincible. Hence, Zhou spent all his Master God-tier advanced-grade divine crystals and took out more than 20 billion true God-tier divine crystals. He exchanged more than 2 million Master God-tier advanced-grade divine crystals from the mysterious auction and obtained 135 Supreme God Realm treasures. This action stunned almost all the participants present. They thought that this mysterious auctioneer had a huge appetite, but they did not expect it to be so big. He didn't want to leave anything good for them. Almost all the items left behind were auction items that the other party did not like. For a moment, Zhou's actions pushed him to the forefront of this mysterious auction. Now, it was not only the Master God tier and Supreme God Realm factions that were paying attention to Zhou. Even the only 3 bidders from willpower level factions noticed Zhou. With the power and channels of a will level faction, they quickly found out that the bidder in the black grade level 3 box was the common people's regal, Zhou. So it's that little guy. Recently, this little fellow has been quite famous among the myriad races. I've heard Our Excellency mention him. I heard that the Supreme will values this lord from the human race. His future is limitless to be able to become a regal at such a young age. In the future, he might even be able to become a Supreme God Realm. It's just that he's a little too ostentatious. His table manners are a little ugly. He almost doesn't leave anything for others. The huge mysterious auction has almost become a place for the other party to perform alone. He's in his 20s and has such great achievements. It can be said to be unprecedented. I have such achievements and even know that the Supreme Will is protecting me. I'm even more arrogant than him. You're right. Even though the will level factions had noticed Zhou, they did not pay much attention to him. They had existed for countless years and had seen all kinds of things. Naturally, they would not be disturbed by the little wind and waves in front of them. At this moment, it was time for the highlight. Xiaoxi's gaze lingered on the black grade level 3 private room 102 a few more times. Then, she retracted her gaze and smiled at all the bidders. The next 12 items are our absolute best. And the last item is the reason why we delayed the auction this time. This is the finale of the auction. I guarantee that it won't disappoint your excellencies who came to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, it aroused the curiosity of all the bidders. Even the people from the willpower level factions were attracted by Xiaoxi's words. His tone was actually so loud. Will-level forces like them were included. As a will-level force, there were almost no treasures in the entire myriad worlds that could move them. That was because they were truly standing at the top of the myriad worlds. The 2 supreme existences, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, were the only ones higher than them. Other than that, there were no other forces that could compare to them. How could they be tempted by the treasures of the myriad worlds? The reason why they came here was not because they were interested in the auction items here, but simply out of respect for the Supreme Will. The mysterious merchant chamber of commerce was the direct subordinate of the Supreme Will after all. As subordinates of the Supreme Will, they had to give face to their superiors and support their businesses. That was why they were standing here. Most of the previous 100 or so mysterious auctions were like this. They had thought that the auction this time would be the same as before. Unexpectedly, there was a new change. They were now very curious about what final item the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce would take out to interest them. On the other hand, Xiaoxi did not waste any time. Soon, the last 12 items were auctioned. That auction item was a blood-colored handkerchief. As soon as this blood-colored handkerchief came up, a strong blood energy rushed into the entire mysterious auction hall. In the entire auction hall, even the bidders in the private rooms could feel the blood energy that was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At the same time, they actually felt a soaring aura of will from the blood-colored handkerchief. That willpower seemed to be telling everyone present that it wanted to mend the heavens with one hand. Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact, Mending the Heavens. Xiaoxi introduced solemnly, at the beginning of this universe, the Crimson Overlord once sent an army to attack the newly born Supreme Great Cosmos. The two armies are fighting in the ultimate void outside the Great Cosmos. In that battle, both sides fought with all their might, causing countless god spirits to die. Even two will-level existences died. Even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were injured. Later on, the Crimson Overlord's army broke through the outer wall of the newly born Supreme Great Cosmos. At that time, Crimson Overlord's army almost invaded the inner part of the Great Cosmos through the crack in the outer wall. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Will later split out a trace of its own will and derived into the sacred tool of will, the Great Sky-Mending Path, to repair that crack, I'm afraid that the Great Cosmos we're in now would have already become the territory of the Crimson Overlord. Now that countless years have passed, the crack in the Great Cosmos back then has already been repaired by the Great Heaven-Mending Tao. The Great Heaven-Mending Tao has successfully retreated. The will that belongs to the Supreme Will has already been retracted by the Supreme Will. As for his sacred weapon of will, after his will retracted it, it split into 12,900 fragments. These 12,900 fragments are ranked by the Supreme God realms according to their size and function. The Mending the Heavens that I'm introducing now is a part of the Great Heaven-Mending Path. Now, it's ranked 267th among its many fragments. Its level has fallen to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. The Master God tiers were fascinated. It was the same for Zhou. He did not expect a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact to have such a background. This additional value was maxed out. At this moment, Xiaoxi said loudly, Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact, Mending the Heavens. The starting price is 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 20,000 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Every increase in price must not be less than 100,000 Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals or 1,000 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Let the auction begin. Chapter 1304 Candle Fusion of Combat Spirit. Zhou clicked his tongue. What an exaggeration. The starting price was 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. It was almost comparable to the total auction value of the 137 Supreme God Realm treasures that he had just bought. However, it was normal thinking about it. Supreme God Realm treasures were only treasures with Supreme God Realm power. They either had a limit on the number of times they could be used, a time limit, or a limit on how they could be used. In short, there were all kinds of limitations. It was equivalent to a time-limited item. As for Supreme God Realm Divine Artifacts, unless they were violently damaged, they could be used continuously without any wear and tear. It was equivalent to a Supreme God Realm treasure that could be used countless times. Therefore, even the lowest Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was far more valuable than a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm treasure. From the looks of it, the starting price of 2 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals was indeed a reasonable price. Speaking of which, the forces below the stage had already started bidding. An auction involving a Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was not something that a Master God Tier faction could participate in. Those who dared to participate in the Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact auction were all Supreme God Realm factions. Occasionally, when they encountered good treasures, the 3 willpower level factions would also follow. When Zhou saw this scene, he did not say anything, nor did he have any intention of participating. He dared to be fearless in front of Master God Tier level factions and even dared to have no scruples in front of 1 or 2 Supreme God Realm factions because he was confident that he wouldn't suffer any losses if he provoked them. Most importantly, the treasures he bought were all useful to him. That was why he insisted on raising the bidding price when facing the Holy Son of the Moonlight Sacred Land. However, the current auction of the Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact was no longer something that lords at his level could participate in. If he were to participate, it wouldn't be confidence, but stupidity. As a lord who knew how to live another day, he deeply understood a principle. If he wanted to live well and be safe, he had to understand which faction he could provoke, which faction he could not provoke, which faction he could be friends with, and which faction would be his enemy. Fortunately, he had always been very good at this. Of course, the most important reason why he did not participate in the auction of the Supreme God Realm artifact was, the Supreme Divine artifact was useless against him. At the very least, it wouldn't be of much use to him for the time being. He could barely use a Master God tier Divine artifact now after all. Some of the top-notch Master God tier Divine artifacts couldn't even be controlled and could only watch helplessly. Under such circumstances, how could he have designs on a higher-level Divine artifact? Even if he had the ability to buy it, would he take it home and use it as an ornament? With that Divine crystals, he might as well stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Perhaps he would encounter another opportunity similar to the mysterious auction. At that time, the Divine crystals left behind by he could be used. Therefore, he was very calm. Even though he couldn't buy these Supreme Divine artifacts, it was still very satisfying to take it as an eye-opening experience. Zhou wanted stability, but there were annoying fellows who didn't want him to have stability. Just as the auction reached the 9th Supreme Divine artifact from the bottom, an accident happened. The 9th Supreme Divine artifact was a second-stage Supreme Divine artifact called the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. It was said that this was once the Supreme God Realm of the Black Tortoise. After it died, it was refined and created by other Supreme God Realms with the Supreme Divine Body. The Black Tortoise Supreme God Realm's forte was defense. Once it was refined into a Supreme Divine artifact, its defense could be said to be top-notch among Supreme Divine artifacts of the same level. Zhou originally did not intend to participate in the auction of the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. In the end, an idiot insisted on provoking him, so he could only retaliate mercilessly. The Level 2 Supreme Divine artifact, the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor, has been raised to 53,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals by Your Excellency. Is there any higher bid? Xiaoxi raised her voice. In the private room of the Moonlight Sacred Land. The Elder One behind the Moonlight Sacred Land's holy son Zhu Rong was about to bid. The main reason why he brought Zhu Rong to participate in this mysterious auction was not only to broaden Zhu Rong's horizons, but also because the Bright Moon Holy God behind them had received news that this mysterious auction would be auctioning off this Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. As a Supreme God Realm, the Bright Moon Holy God was best at powerful nomological offensive techniques. However, even though he had very strong offensive abilities, he had very weak self-preservation abilities. Therefore, after the Bright Moon Holy God received this news, he immediately ordered his trusted aide to bring Zhu Rong to participate in this mysterious auction. He also ordered the Elder One to obtain the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor no matter the price. As long as he obtained this Black Tortoise Sacred Armor, he was confident that he could advance to a higher level in the future. Hence, the Elder One did not dare to be negligent and immediately brought Zhu Rong here. Seeing that the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor had already begun to be auctioned, the Elder One did not dare to waste any more time and immediately raised the price to buy this Supreme Divine artifact. Uncle Zan, can I make the bid? At this moment, Zhu Rong suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Zan glanced at Candle Melt and saw through his thoughts at a glance. He shook his head inwardly. This direct disciple of their holy master could be said to have peerless aptitude. It was a pity that he was too petty. At this time, he was still conflicted about the combat spirit with the mysterious bidder. However, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. It was just a bid, there shouldn't be any problems. However, he still reminded him lightly, Your Excellency, the current price is already the premium price of this Level 2 Supreme God Realm artifact. Don't improve too much, or we'll suffer a huge loss. Don't worry, Uncle Zan. A proud smile appeared on Zhu Rong's face. He also knew that Uncle Zan had seen through his thoughts, so he did not hide his intentions. He glanced at the private room where Zhou Zhou was and said, "More than 50,000 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals are equivalent to more than 5 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. I don't believe that a fellow from an Overlord level Lord faction is capable of take out so many Divine Crystals to bid against us." Zan fell silent at that. It could be considered as tacitly agreeing with the other party's thoughts. Over 50,000 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Even the Bright Moon Holy God behind, he would feel heartache for a long time if this individual took it out. If it wasn't for this defensive Master God Tier Divine Artifact, the Bright Moon Holy God wouldn't have gritted his teeth and bid so many Divine Crystals. He also felt that the bidder from Black Grade Level 3 Room 102 did not have so many Divine Crystals. When Zhu Rong saw Zan tacitly agree with his thoughts, his face could not help but reveal a hint of joy. Uncle Zan was the confidant of his teacher. Since the other party had no objections, this individual had nothing to worry about. 54,000 Level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. He shouted. Then, this individual took the initiative to open the private room and walked out under everyone's gaze. Then, he looked provocatively at the private room where Zhou Zhou was. The meaning was very obvious. Since you bought so many treasures and additionally dared to bid for the same treasure as me, then do you yet dare, or do you still have the ability to continue competing with me for treasures? Chapter 1305, Admit Defeat. The final auction item goes on stage. When the various factions saw this scene, they immediately found it interesting. Most of them could see Zhu Rong's confidence at a glance. Zhu Rong was only the holy son of the Bright Moon's sacred ground. He definitely couldn't take out so many Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. Then, the reason why he could bid now was definitely because he was buying something for the Moonlight Sacred Land behind him. It was even very likely that his teacher, the Bright Moon Holy God, was bidding for the Supreme Divine Artifact. Even though it was a little like a fox using the tiger's might, the faction they belonged to was also a part of their own strength. Therefore, although they despised the other party for using the tiger's might, they did not say anything. They looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was, wanting to see how this mysterious bidder would react. Do you think that mysterious bidder will retaliate against the Bright Moon Holy Sun's provocation? How do we counterattack? This is a true difference in strength. No matter how gorgeous the counterattack on the surface is, it's useless. Only counterattacks with the same strength are the most direct and powerful. That's right. In the world of the god spirits, strength ultimately speaks. I'm afraid that the mysterious bidder will lose face. Speaking of which, Zhu Rong is really petty. If it was a normal auction, so be it. Why did he have to do this? If you don't calm down, your heart won't be at peace. It's said that this guy's willpower is weak to begin with. If his heart is still not at peace, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to become a Supreme God Realm expert in the future. If you don't calm down, your heart won't be at peace. It's said that this guy's willpower is weak to begin with. If his heart is still not at peace, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to become a Supreme God Realm expert in the future. Who asked him to have a Supreme God Realm teacher? The members of the various factions discussed spiritedly. They did not think highly of Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was planning to watch the entire mysterious auction with the intention of broadening his horizons. He did not expect that there would be something that would implicate him. He listened to the discussions of the members of the various factions and looked at the Bright Moon Holy Sun who walked out of the private room and looked at him provocatively. He could not help but shake his head. Did this guy not experience many storms? He was actually acting like a child. However, this fellow's personality was so childish. He could actually cultivate to the Master God Tier level. This showed how high his aptitude was and how rich his cultivation resources were. However, he revealed a smile. "You want to play? Then I'll play with you." 60,000 level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. A calm voice sounded from his private room. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auction venue fell silent. "What?" Zhu Rong suddenly stood up and looked at the private room where Zhou Zhou was in disbelief. Zan was also stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something terrifying, his face instantly turned pale. "Impossible. How can a member of an Overlord-level Lord faction like you have so many Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals?" Zhu Rong said angrily. Then, he looked at Xiaoxi on the auction stage. "How can you let this guy bid? He is disrupting the auction's order. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase he out of the auction venue." "Shut up." Just as he finished speaking, before the other god spirits could react, Zan, who was behind him, had already roared in extreme anger. Then, he slapped he on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. "Uncle Zan, how dare you hit me?" Zhu Rong looked at Zan in disbelief. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes before disappearing. However, as a top master god tier who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, how could Zan not see the expression in his eyes? His heart sank, but he didn't show any strange expression on his face. Instead, he angrily said, "Do you know what you just said? How can the forces under the supreme will of the mysterious auction not have the means to verify resources? Since the black grade level 3 bidder, number 102, is able to bid this price, and the fact that the members of the mysterious auction did not refute, it proves that the other party indeed has the capital to bid for this second stage supreme divine artifact. How dare you question the mysterious auction? Even the bright moon holy god doesn't dare to do this. How dare you?" Zhu Rong was stunned. Then, his face turned pale. Zan suppressed his anger and returned his gaze to black grade level 3 private room 102. He politely said, "Your Excellency, please forgive our holy son's impolite actions just now. Zan apologizes to you. However, this black tortoise sacred armor is a divine artifact that our holy lord personally requested. Therefore, even though I'm very sorry, we still have to bid for this treasure next." "It's fine." Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. He smiled faintly and said, "In an auction, everyone competes fairly based on their strength. The so-called supreme treasures belong to those with divine crystals. Name your price." Zan nodded, his eyes filled with surprise. He did not expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. This gave him a much better impression of this mysterious bidder. At the same time, his impression of his holy son became much worse. 61,000 level 2 Supreme God Realm Sutras. He called out the price. Then, she carefully looked in Zhou Zhou's direction. What reassured him was that the other party didn't bid this time. Thus, this second stage supreme divine artifact successfully landed in his hands. He looked at the black tortoise sacred armor and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked indifferently at Zhu Rong, who had his head lowered. Anger flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of this retard that 6,000 second stage Supreme God Realm scriptures were forcefully added to the second stage Supreme God Realm divine artifact that should have only cost 54,000 second stage Supreme God Realm crystals. This was enough to buy more than 10 Supreme God Realm treasures. When he returned, he would definitely be criticized by the Holy Master. Who asked he to spend so much money? Zhu Rong, your performance this time has truly disappointed me and the Holy Master. I will tell the Holy Master everything that happened in this auction. He said indifferently. Then, he ignored Zhu Rong's pale face and bowed to the private room where Zhou Zhou was. Thank you, Your Holiness. You're too kind. In the private room, Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. This top master god tier of the Moonlight Sacred Land probably treated him as an existence on the same level as him. However, he didn't explain further. If the other party misunderstood, so be it. In the following period of time, the remaining Master God tier divine artifacts appeared one by one. From level 2 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact to level 4 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact, there was everything. Finally, it was time for the final auction item that all the Master God tier were looking forward to. Xiaoxi slowly said to the bidders, "The next auction item is not a Supreme Divine Artifact. Of course, it's not a Will Divine Artifact. But, it's related to the inheritance of a will-level existence." As soon as he finished speaking, all the god spirits present were in an uproar. Even the 3 will-level factions stood up from their seats in shock. Willpower level inheritance. How is this possible? Countless god spirits exclaimed. The inheritance of a will-level existence was much more valuable than a will-based saint artifact. When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, for some reason, his heart began to beat faster. When Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, for some reason, his heart began to beat faster. Xiaoxi, let's not talk about the details for now. Everyone, let's take a look at the last auction item first. Just as Xiaoxi finished speaking, in the next second, a token slowly appeared on the auction stage. This token was yellowish-brown in color, and there was a faint yellow river emitting the aura of reincarnation carved on it. Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted when he saw the token. He subconsciously touched the number 1 treasure vault on his chest. Xiaoxi's voice followed. The last item is the Yellow River token, the legacy item of the deceased His Excellency Yellow River. Chapter 1306 Yellow River Token and Yellow Spring Will Inheritance. Yellow River Token. It's a supreme holy token that represents the will of Yellow River. A living being with the Yellow River token is equivalent to becoming the spokesperson of the Yellow Spring's will. They can have an extremely high status in the Yellow Spring and the Netherworld. All life forms of the Yellow Springs and the Netherworld must respect the owner of the Yellow River token. Otherwise, they will be punished by the will of the Netherworld. Xiaoxi said slowly and solemnly, however, this is only the most basic function of the Yellow River token. Some of us, Your Excellency, might already know that not long ago, the will of the Yellow River had already fallen, and the land of the Yellow River had also fallen. Before the will of the Yellow River perished, in order to leave the last hope for the Yellow River, it specially left his inheritance in a mysterious land of inheritance. And the key to opening that mysterious land of inheritance is this Yellow River token. All the Master God tier held their breaths as they stared intently at this dim yellow token. Their eyes were filled with greed. Even the 3 will-level forces were no exception. That was a will-level inheritance. It could be said to be the top inheritance in the myriad worlds. The supreme will was only at the willpower realm after all. If he could obtain this inheritance and cultivate it to the highest level, he could completely become a will-level existence in the future. He might even be comparable to the supreme will. At the thought of this, the deity's breathing quickened. Even the auctioneer, Xiaoxi, looked at the Yellow River token with desire in her eyes. He had been an auctioneer in the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce for so many years. It was no exaggeration to say that this Yellow River token was the rarest and most precious treasure he had ever seen. Even in the entire history of the auction of the mysterious Chamber of Commerce, this will-level inheritance was ranked in the top 3. How could she not be tempted? The only person who could remain calm was probably Zhou Zhou. He thought of the Yellow River token that he had lent to Yen Luo. He did not expect that this token that could only be used to fish for the Yellow Spring fish after the death of the Yellow Springs will was actually related to the inheritance of a will-level existence. At the thought of this, he immediately closed his eyes to sense the current situation of the Yellow River token. Soon, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with the Yellow River token. It was still in Yen Luo's hands to assist them in fishing the yellow spring fish. He began to think. He had long recognized the Yellow River token as his master. As long as he wanted to, he could teleport the Yellow River token from Yen Luo's hand to his own. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to immediately take it back. He would leave it with the other party and use it to catch Yellow River fish for the time being. Now, he was considering a problem. Where was the location of the mysterious land of inheritance? What if he used the Yellow River token to open the mysterious land of inheritance? At this moment, as if she had heard Zhou Zhou's words, she continued, of course, just possessing the Yellow River token is still not enough to immediately obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Springs will. In addition to possessing the Yellow River token, the owner also needs to have 4 conditions to enter the land of inheritance and obtain the inheritance of the Yellow Springs will. Our mysterious merchant chamber of commerce knows what these 4 conditions are. As long as any Your Excellency can bid for this Yellow River token, we can tell the other party these 4 conditions after the auction. However, I have to remind you that there are a total of 4 Yellow River tokens. Currently, the enemy who captured Yellow River has 2 of them. The third one's right here. As for the 4th one, it said that it was given to a god spirit from the outside world by the will of Yellow River. We still don't know which Your Excellency it is. In other words, Your Excellency, who bought the Yellow River token and prepared to obtain the inheritance of the will of the Yellow River with it, has to face 3 opponents after entering the land of inheritance in the Yellow River. Only by defeating those 3 opponents can I truly obtain the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. I believe Xiaoxi has already explained the conditions and risks of obtaining this Yellow River's will inheritance very clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiaoxi now. Xiaoxi desired definitely tell everyone what she can. Perhaps it was because the Yellow River token was the most precious final auction item. Therefore, the mysterious auction was not in a hurry to auction immediately. Instead, they gave everyone enough time to react and answer the questions of the bidders. The 3 will-level existences looked at each other. Then, without another word, they immediately contacted the will-level existences that belonged to their faction. The other top Master God tier bidders also began to silently contact their willpower level connections. The bidders did not expect it either. They had thought that the 20-day auction would come to an end with the appearance of the last item. They did not expect that this was the beginning of the climax. This mystic auction was destined to become a storm because of this Yellow River token. Zhou Zhou looked at the slightly chaotic auction venue below and sighed inwardly. He had the faint urge to retreat. The following competition would involve existences at the level of willpower. He didn't want to come into contact with such an existence at this stage. He wanted to run as a lord who knew how to escape. But he didn't know how to run. He only knew how to enter this lousy dream auction by sleeping. He didn't know how to leave. Do you want to go back to sleep? Zhou Zhou thought hesitantly. Perhaps he would return to reality when he woke up. At this moment, a Master God tier finally couldn't help but ask, his voice slightly terrified. When did Yellow River die? Who killed that great existence? 2 days ago. Xiaoxi smiled and said, as for what kind of existence it is, I'm sorry, but I can't say much. Only Your Excellency, who is qualified to know, knows about this. Those who are not qualified, knowing will only add to your worries. The Master God tier who asked the question collapsed silent. The other Master God tiers who wanted to ask the same question also quietened down. Even Master God tier couldn't know. Didn't that mean that if he wanted to face such an enemy, he had to be at least a Supreme God realm expert? When Zhou Zhou heard her words, he had other thoughts. Lord of the Yellow River is a top Master God tier, but he knows who his enemy is. Could the Lord of the Yellow River be forced to know because the other party had already attacked? Before he could think further, another Master God tier asked. If the Yellow River falls, won't the souls of the myriad universes be unable to return to the netherworld? What about these dead souls? Chaos, there's an elevated chance that it desire be chaotic for a while, Xiaoxi said cautiously. However, the Supreme Will has already begun to gather his subordinates and prepare to counterattack the Yellow River. Perhaps it won't be long before the Yellow River returns to our hands. During this period of time, Your Excellency, the Supreme Will, is prepared to find another temporary place for the spirits to ferry them and let the souls of the myriad universes find another path to the netherworld. So don't worry too much. All the Master God Tier heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1307, The Will of the Immortal World. The Will of the Heaven World. The Final Will. Just as the other Master God Tiers were about to ask other questions, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Even though Zhou Zhou was in a dream, he could still feel the terrifying pressure that seemed to cause the universe to collapse. In addition to the pressure, Zhou Zhou also felt the suppression of the power of will. Zhou Zhou, who was only one step away from the next realm of will, immediately realized what realm this indescribably powerful willpower was. Will Divine Transformation Realm. If will like light could allow a life form to live forever after losing its body and soul, it could rely on the will like light realm's will body to live forever. Even if the laws were added to his body, his will would never be harmed by the laws, let alone killed by the laws. This was also the reason why will-level existences were stronger than God spirits. This was because willpower was above the laws. Compared to willpower, the existence of laws was like a flower in the water or a moon in the mirror to a cultivator with willpower. Cultivators with the power of their will could easily pierce through the laws of all things with their own will. The reason why the existence of will was eternal. It was because the laws of the world could not be augmented by the other party. Not to mention the two laws of life and death, he transcended life and death, transcended the natural laws, transcended all living things, transcended everything, and only his will existed forever. This was a will-level existence. The will-like light realm could be indestructible forever. In that case, the will divine transformation realm meant that on the foundation of eternal indestructibility, will-level existences could have the ability to interfere with reality with divine techniques. Modify reality, travel through the past and present, make falsehoods come true. As long as my will wants it, the world will change according to my will. He was like an omnipotent God. This was the will divine transformation realm. In fact, in this aspect, the execution of words was somewhat similar to him. However, the execution of words relied on the environment of laws. If the surrounding nomological environment failed or changed, the execution of words would also fail. Just like how the imperial sword of the previous dynasty could not cut down the officials of the current dynasty. And the ability of will cultivators to interfere with reality came from his own thoughts. This was equivalent to the execution of words without the help of external objects. I don't care which dynasty you're from. If I say you're dead, you're dead. The two seemed to be similar on the surface, but they were actually completely different in essence. In terms of power, there was also a difference between clouds and mud. It could be said to be a dimension-reducing attack. Which supreme god realm has come personally? Zhou Zhou felt this shocking pressure and could not help but click his tongue. At this moment, a voice spoke. Welcome, Supreme God Realm of the Aurora Kingdom. Before he could finish speaking, another terrifying will descended. This will was thousands of times more terrifying than the will just now. There was also a supreme aura of supremacy. When Zhou Zhou sensed this even more terrifying will, there was only one thought left in his mind. This will aura of supremacy, a supreme will realm existence has descended. He muttered to himself. The Supreme Will Realm was the third will realm above the Will Divine Transformation Realm. This kind of existence had already transcended everything and could only exist forever by relying on will. The nomological path that the god spirits were proud of was just a toy to them when they were young. They were no longer god spirits, but existences of a higher level than god spirits, or even a higher dimension. Abyss will, immortal world will, netherworld will, yellow river will, heaven will. These will-level existences were all supreme will-level powerhouses. It was even recorded in Zhou-Zhou's bloodline inheritance that even the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were existences of this realm. However, on this path of Supreme Will, they had far surpassed other will-level existences, which was why many will-level existences treated them as their masters. At this moment, a figure in a starry robe suddenly appeared above the auction venue. He was the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce and he bowed towards the sky and said with a smile. "Welcome, will of the immortal world. Shang, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here for the inheritance of Yellow River's will." A dignified voice came from the sky. "Then please take a seat." The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce pointed into the distance and saw a blessed land filled with an immortal aura not far away. In the next second, a mysterious existence in a white robe with golden edges sat on the main seat. All the master god tier wanted to see what that existence looked like. In the end, Zhou saw that the other party looked like a human Tao ancestor. The myriad spirit race looked at the other party. The goblin race looked at him like a goblin elder god. The elves looked at each other like the elven mother tree. The more than 1,000 bidders present looked at the will of the immortal world and actually automatically matched the most majestic, idolizing, and intimate image in their hearts. The more he looked at it, the more infatuated he became. Even Zhou was the same. Fortunately, the will of the immortal world did not have the intention to fool the divine spirits present. Soon, the divine spirits woke up. Then, there was a wave of fear. The feeling of life and death just now was too terrifying for the god spirits who had always been high and mighty. Zhou was also very shocked. It had been a long time since he had felt such an uncontrollable feeling. His will realm was already close to the will divine transformation realm, but he was still captivated by a look from the other party. How terrifying was the other party's willpower. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look again. At this moment, another will that was not inferior to the will of the immortal world descended. "We welcome the descent of the will of the heaven realm." To the voice of the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce sounded above Zhou's head. "You're welcome, old friend." The will of the heaven realm chuckled. Then, he sat down in the exclusive world that the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce had created for him. When Zhou heard this, some information about the will of the heavenly realm appeared in his mind. The will of the heaven realm, the existence of the will of the heaven realm. In the other party's heaven realm, the elven race was the main resident. In addition, the master god tier of light among the 10 master god tiers came from the will of the heavenly realm. Zhou also knew that the will of the heaven realm and the will of the immortal world were opposites. The exact reason was unknown, however, the two had been fighting for countless years. Countless life forms from the immortal world and the heaven realm had died. Even if there was no enmity between them, they had already fought. At this moment, another supreme will descended. When the president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce saw the newcomer, his tone clearly became a little surprised. "Lord Final Will, why are you here too? Can't I be here?" The Final Will asked. Zhou felt that the other party was a girl with an indifferent voice. "How can that be? Your Excellency, you're always welcome." The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce laughed dryly and hurriedly created a battlefield environment for the other party to sit down. At this moment, Zhou, who was trying his best to pretend to be dead in his private room, suddenly felt a gaze on him. Zhou was shocked, but he did not make any movements on the surface. However, a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Who had that gaze come from? Will of the immortal world? The will of the heaven realm? Or was it the final will which just arrived? Final will? Then, an idea popped up in Zhou Zhou's mind. I wonder if this Lord Final Will is related to my profession, the Lord of the End, and the event at the final battlefield. Chapter 1308, 5,000 Trillion Soldiers. Legendary Dragon, Zombie Ancient Dragon. Two more will-level existences descended after the final will. They were the will of the mulberry and the will of the laurel. Their main bodies were the mulberry divine wood on the sun star and the moon laurel divine wood on the great lunar star. They belonged to the sun divine court and the great Yin divine court respectively. They were two will-level subordinates under regal great solar and regal great lunar. The two of them had naturally come to the mysterious auction for the will of Yellow River. As they represented the regal great solar and regal great lunar behind them, even the will of the heavenly realm and the immortal world, which were of a higher status than them, had to be polite to them. There won't be any more will-level existences descending. Let the auction begin. The will of the laurel said elegantly. The president of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce nodded and announced that the last auction item would officially begin. In the next second, Zhou Zhou felt his vision go dark. When he saw the scene in front of him again, he realized that he had returned to the shrine. Lying beside him was Leah, who was sleeping soundly. He was stunned for a few seconds before he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Looking at an auction of this level, we little fellows are not allowed to participate. Hee. Other Master God tiers might find it a pity, but I wish I wasn't involved. Zhou Zhou laughed happily. His laughter seemed to have been heard by the sleeping Leah. She instinctively hugged Zhou Zhou tightly. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he hurriedly hugged her and coaxed her for a while before she fell asleep again. After Leah fell asleep, Zhou Zhou immediately entered his first treasure vault. When he saw the 806 Master God tier treasures and 137 Supreme God Realm treasures in the first treasure vault, the smile on his face almost reached his ears. With so many Master God tier and Supreme God Realm treasures, not to mention the factions that were active in the universe, Zhou Zhou had the confidence to fight the entire original spirit race head-on even if they were to launch a full-on attack on him. This mysterious auction was well worth participating in. Zhou Zhou sighed. Even though he had spent more than half of his divine crystals on this trip to the mysterious auction, the returns he received were astonishing. In the myriad worlds, there were probably very few Master God tiers who could have so many treasures like him. Even the 10 Master God tiers might not have as many Master God tier and Supreme God Realm treasures as he. Therefore, he didn't feel that it was a pity to spend the divine crystals. Divine crystals. Aren't they for the sake of spending? Otherwise, he would be keeping the divine crystals for his collection. The only pity for Zhou Zhou was that this mysterious auction only happened once every 10,000 years. He would have to wait for a long time if he wanted to participate in the next mysterious auction. With these treasures, I will have a way to counterattack even if the Supreme God Realm descends. Zhou Zhou felt more confident about his future. Then, he was excited for a while before hugging Leah and falling asleep. As for the Yellow River token, he would ask Bodhi Supreme tomorrow. Bodhi Supreme should know some inside information. The next day, after Zhou Zhou woke up, he had breakfast with Leah. Then, he bade farewell to Leah and came to Mugu. Coincidentally. At this moment, Wuxia had already led the Homeland Defense Army to clear all the nest monsters in the Scarlet Broodmother and collected all the spoils of war. He was waiting for Zhou Zhou's arrival. Greetings, Your Majesty. These are all the spoils of war from the Scarlet Broodmother today. Wuxia held the 3 world rings with both hands, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. He knew how many soldier-type recruitment books and class change certificates were inside. As long as they used up all these recruitment books and class change certificates, the Blazing Sun Empire's military strength would once again increase explosively. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze across the 3 world rings and saw that there were a total of 480 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier recruitment books, 480 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier class change certificate, 480 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books, and 480 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate, as well as a large number of other loots from the Nest monsters. He could not help but smile. Then, he immediately took away the world ring containing the 960 trillion recruitment books and loot. At the same time, he ordered Wu Xian to prepare the recruits for the job change. He rushed to the gate of summoning and called over a Cosmos Emperor. Then, he spent 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to recruit all the 960 trillion recruits and let them descend into the Cosmos Emperor's internal world. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he summoned more than 35 million new subjects and 12 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade god spirits. This was more than 3 million people than usual. After Zhou Zhou got the officials around him to arrange their residences, he opened the original Dragon Abyss and spent 100 high-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals to summon 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons in one go. He also arranged for them to appear in the Cosmos Emperor's inner world. Then, he casually swept his divine sense across the 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons. He was stunned for a moment before he became overjoyed. This was because he had discovered that among the 6,666,666 pure-blooded dragons, there was a unique pure-blooded dragon. This pure-blooded dragon was a light year tall. Its skin was rotten, and its body emitted an extreme stench. Some of the dragon bodies even had their skin peeled off, revealing the blood-colored bones inside. His eyes were dim and yellow. Rotten liquid was constantly dripping from his hideous dragon teeth. His entire body emitted a terrifying apocalyptic aura that exterminated all life. The surrounding dragons wanted to escape from this special dragon, causing a vacuum to appear around him. These pure-blooded dragons looked at this pure-blooded dragon that emitted the aura of doomsday. Their eyes were filled with fear, desire, disgust, and reverence. Zhou Zhou looked at the pure-blooded dragon and could no longer hide the smile on his face. "I've finally summoned a legendary dragon," he lamented. The probability of summoning a legendary dragon was low. He had actually been summoned after so many days with his providence. Then, he looked at the other party, and information appeared in his eyes. Dragon's true name, Ancient Evil, race, legendary dragon, zombie ancient dragon, god name, Doomsday Dragon God, divine duty, Doomsday, zombie, destruction, death, final will, rotation, disease, growing stage, youth, strength level, high-tier deity level elementary grade, skills, Doomsday Dragon Breath, Zombie Dragon Power, Law Divine Body, Doomsday, Disease, Finality, Decay, Law Skill, Fire of Doom, Law Skill, Zombie Virus, Law Skill, Light of Doom, Law Skill, Disease of the World. Law Technique, Corrupted Flesh, Law Technique, Doomsday Advent, Law Technique, Summon Sea of Zombies, Doomsday Fear, Final Slumber, Summon Zombie Dragon, Doomsday Advent, Dragon Language Magic Mastery, Doomsday Magic Mastery, Zombie Magic Mastery, Decay Magic Proficiency, Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Level 70%, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 80%, Master God Tier Soul Immunity, Awakening Level 70%, Doomsday Will Condensation Method, Incomplete. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, World Limit, Faith Points, 91, Personality, Manic, Calm, Bloodthirsty, Cold-Blooded, Battle Fanatic, Silent, Disdainful of Death, Doomsday Faith, Little Brother Collector, Pet Description, a legendary dragon among pure-blooded dragons, the creator of the apocalypse, and the believer of the final will. His existence is bound to bring the apocalypse to the myriad worlds. He holds the power of the ultimate apocalypse and the final will. His dream is to pull all the myriad worlds into the final will and start a new reincarnation of the universe. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.